qualifiers on the track. You already had the 1 now with Corey McPherson. Next thing you know, the 2 with Adam Werner. Twin B Bet on It 3, Joe Burial. 4 Dunstan Sticks now with Ryan DeRoche. Mile Hill Gus, Paul Morrison. The qualifiers are lined up. You already have. Next thing you know, Twin B Bet on It, Dunstan Sticks, and Mile Hill Gus. There they go, off and racing, and offside at the start, Twin B Bet on It. Towards the rail, the leader into the turn, as you already have. Second one as they make the turn, next thing you know, and they're outside. Coming from third, and now Roughgate and got fancy stepping was Dunstan Sticks. Up the inside went Mile Hill Gus. In the backfield, Twin B Bet on It is the trailer. So they're over to the first quarter mile, led by You Already Have. In line to Corey McPherson, the lead 2. Stablemate in second. Next thing you know, then the trotter is at the inside third. Mile Hill Gus. Dunsand Sticks around the turn fourth. And the trailer, that's Twin B Bet on It. They went 32 seconds flat over to the opening quarter. Now they move towards half mile, led by You Already Have. And McPherson continuing second. Next thing you know, then in third, that is Mile Hill Gus. Dunsand Sticks is fourth, followed by the trailer in the backfield. Twin B Bet on It halfway home in this qualifier, led by You Already Have in 102 and 4, stepping it up to 30 and 4 in the second quarter. They're arriving at 5-8. You Already Have is open by 3. Next thing you know, goes second. Trotter edging out from third is Mile Hill Gus. Dunsand Sticks is fourth. And Twin B Bet on It in the backfield. They're arriving at the three quarters now, led by You Already Have. Continuing in the two hole, that's the next thing you know. Now Mile Hill Gus trots up from the outside third. Dunsand Sticks will round the turn fourth, and Twin B Bet on It fifth. 133 and 2, three quarters. 30 and 3 in the third split. Now they're homeward bound. And the lone qualifier on this day, You Already Have, about to take them all the way with McPherson. Mile Hill Gus into second, third. Next thing you know, time for the mile in 2:03 and 2. Now the results of the qualifier, You Already Have the winner. Next thing you know was third. Twin B Bet on It fifth. Dunsand Sticks fourth. Mile Hill Gus second. 32, 102 and 4. 133 and 2. 203 and 2. In review, 135, 4, 2.
Okay, good afternoon and welcome to Red Shores from the HBI broadcast desk. This is Lee Drake teaming up with Vance Cameron this afternoon on this beautiful Atlantic Breeders' Crown weekend. The day after a very successful sale. I'll have details on that for you. Also, Consolation Saturday, followed by the banquet tonight. The pancake breakfast tomorrow morning. That includes the Joe Smallwood Memorial Award presentation. And Championship Sunday with a post time at 12:30. So we'll keep you updated. We get things kicked off with the Isle Pick 5 today. That low 15% takeout, that guarantee pool of 2,000. We'll get the action rolling in race number 1.
come. Post time. Deep stretch now. Shut the camera up.
Broadcasting live from Prince Edward Island, this is Race Day.
There it is, the official intro. And it is the Weekend of Champions. It's a beautiful Saturday afternoon here in Charlottetown. The Atlantic Breeders' Crown weekend continues. It started with the sale yesterday. The preview was Thursday. The sale was yesterday. It's another sale topper. We'll have more details on that for you as we move along on this Saturday afternoon. Consolation Day. We'll follow that up with the banquet tonight. And then, of course, the pancake breakfast tomorrow morning and Championship Sunday. It wraps up to be a great Thanksgiving weekend. Welcome to Red Shores. Welcome to the HBI Broadcast Desk. I'm Lee Drake, and I'll be your co-host this afternoon along with Vance Cameron, and we'll get to Vance in just a minute or two. Sun and cloud today. Beautiful weekend ahead. Cool temps, winds at 24 kilometers an hour. We will have some gusts to 34 kilometers an hour, but all in all, a great afternoon 14- program. We'll kick things off with the I'll Pick 5. We have 2 super high fives in there, and we have the late pick, the late super high 5 as well. And I should also add that there is a special HPI rewards package underway this weekend for all you players on Prince Edward Island and across the country. Should make sure you check that out. Let's get all those program and equipment changes for you on this Saturday afternoon. Let's send it upstairs to the voice who will call all the action today. Here is Vance Cameron. Vance?
Thank you, Lee. And sunglasses or transition lenses, Lee, are required here on this Saturday afternoon at the driving park in Charlottetown. And good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to the Red Shores Racetrack and Casino at the Charlottetown Driving Park for today's racing program, event number 53 of the meeting. Fast track conditions, 14 degrees Celsius, the temperature at this time in Charlottetown. The track condition is rated by the officiating members from the Maritime Provinces Harness Racing Commission. Today, the senior judge, Mr. Kent Butler. The associate judges, Mr. Dylan Elaine and Mr. Gary Devine. Now here today's program and equipment changes. In the first race today, scratch number 8, Palmetto Rose. She will not go. Race 1, scratch 8, Palmetto Rose. Next change, go to race number 7. In the 7th race, 2 Heather's Pet. The driver is Adam Murner. Adam Murner on 2 Heather's Pet in the 7th. Next change, go to race number 9. In the 9th race, 1 Woodmere Flojo will go from blind to blinkers. Blind to blinkers on 1 Woodmere Flojo in the 9th. Final change goes in race number 11. In the 11th race, scratch number 1, Roll Your Coin. He will not go. Race 11, scratch the 1, Roll Your Coin. That's going to wrap up the changes on today's 14 race presentation. Par Mutual Wickets open and selling. First race post time, 12:30, 23 minutes.
Race Day Live continues from Charlottetown, Prince Edward Island. Welcome to our on-track and off-track customers. In the spirit of reconciliation, we acknowledge that the land upon which we gather is unceded Mi'kmaq territory. Abequid Mi'kmaq is covered by the historic treaties of peace and friendship. We pay our respects to the indigenous Mi'kmaq people who have occupied this island for over 12,000 years, past, present, and future. Ladies and gentlemen, please rise, if you are able, for the playing of our national anthem. Now, back to Race Day Live.
Yeah, Race Day Live continues on this Saturday afternoon, and we're going to give a big welcome to all of you that are here today or tuned in wherever you may be in your broadcast locations today, and a special hello to those that are traveling, especially all the families that are going to be here for the banquet later on tonight. We welcome you to Prince Edward Island, and sure hope you're going to enjoy your Thanksgiving weekend. It's a pleasure to have you here. And we're going to have more on that. Like I said, the Constellation Day here this afternoon, beautiful afternoon, 14 degrees, mixture of sun and cloud, the wind from the 24 kilometers an hour from the west. We'll have some gusts a little later on to 34 kilometers an hour, and there's event number 53 on the meet, which is the weekend of champions. And to go along with that, of course, we don't want to miss tomorrow's big day. It starts with the pancake breakfast at 9 o'clock. And David Corrigan, the Century 21, and also Dr. Kathleen McMillan from the Atlantic Vet College have been longtime sponsors of that event, and we're looking forward to that. And then, of course, we roll into Championship Sunday as well. And while I have an opportunity, I want to roll out some of the great sponsors that we have for the event. McRae Backhoe and Trucking, of course, have been the major sponsor of Atlantic Sire Stakes as well. And we want to thank also the Atlantic Vet College with their continued support with Dr. Kathleen McMillan, as we said. The popular pancake breakfast by Realtor, the Flying Realtor, David Corrigan, Century 21, Colonial Realty Inc. And we have some other sponsors, the PEI Standardbred Horse Owners Association. They are, of course, the title sponsor of the event, and we can't miss all the great support we get with the PEI Harness Racing Industry Association as well. Chairman Blaine McPherson will be on site tonight. So lots of moving parts still to go, and if you haven't had a chance to go to the Memory Lane display, which is just past my broadcast location here on the second level in the 1888 Lounge, Jerry McCabe and his team, again, have done a fabulous job. Make sure you check that out. Here's a little sample of the promo video that we'll be running for the Atlantic Breeders' Crown. Let's take a look at it, and it really sets the stage for the Weekend of Champions.
The 2025 Atlantic Breeders' Crown is set for Thanksgiving weekend at Red Shores Racetrack and Casino in Charlottetown. The Weekend of Champions starts with the Atlantic Classic Sale on Friday, October 10th at the Crapo Exhibition Grounds. Saturday features a top-notch card of racing and the Atlantic Breeders' Crown Awards Banquet and Gala in the top of the park. Join us Sunday for a special presentation of the Joe Smallwood Memorial Award before the best colts and fillies compete for championship honors. It all comes down to the Breeders' Crown. For a complete list of events, accommodations, and sponsors, visit Redshores.ca.
And, of course, all the great work from the Atlantic Standardbred Breeders Association, Debbie Francis, who is the executive director there, and her team as well, and the committee members that are going to be in attendance here tonight. So we appreciate that. And Universal Media, now they've done the work, of course, on the promos, but they've also stepped in with the finalists tonight that are going to be all those great promos that you're going to see. And on top of that, of course, the big banquet that's going to take place tonight and the family presentation. So lots to do here today. We're going to kick it off on a beautiful Saturday afternoon. We'll take a break. We'll roll in the picks here for race number 1 and bring you in the paddock cam, brought to you by Atlantic Post Calls. And I'll roll through the picks here today. We're working on a 4-7-3. That's from my angle. Post time picks. That's Peter McPhee. He's the author today. 4, 1, and 3. And on the bottom, the classifier's choice 3, 4, and 7. Some great choices to get things off today. And there's a look at your board. The 8 has been scratched in the opener.
Ladies and gentlemen, in race number 2 today, we have a late scratch. In the second race, scratch number 7, J.J. Nicky, she will not go. Race 2, scratch number 7, J.J. Nicky. The first race pacers and their drivers are on the track for post parade. Ace 44 Emma, number 1, owned by Carl Bagnall of Stratford, trained by Tammy Collings. Corey McPherson drives. Back River Jade 2 is owned by the Back River Stable of Goulds, Newfoundland, trained by Morgan Shepherd. Today, Gilberto. Just Beach E3, the owners are Michelle Myers, Sheila Eastman, and Craig Jackson. Michelle is the trainer. Kenny Murphy drives. 4 is Francesca, owned by Chris Kelly of Calgary, Alberta, trained by Bon Doyle. Adam Murner. Could Have Been a Lady, number 5, owned by Debbie Francis, Fonzie McCachran, Wayne McCrae, and Karen Williams. Paul Langell trains and drives. Nevaeh Divine 6, owned by Walter Daigle of Inverness, Nova Scotia, trained by Morgan Shepherd. Today, Mark Campbell. Bethany's Bella, number 7, Donnie McNeil of Cornwall, owns, trains, and drives. 8 Palmetto Rose is scratched, down to 3 minutes wagering time on race number 1. Just 3 minutes to post start. Welcome to Race Day Live from Charlottetown, Prince Edward Island. Lee Drake picks up the action next from the HBI Broadcast Center.
Okay, thanks very much, Vance. Yes, ready to go here on a beautiful Saturday afternoon. And as usual, we kick things off with the I'll Pick 5. And you first 5 races in there. We get the 8 out of the action in the opener here today. But that I'll Pick 5, that low 15% takeout, guaranteed pool of $2,000. We'll get your picks in, of course, before the start of race number 1. And the beauty of a day it is, so we're going to make our way out to the racetrack next and pick up some of the top contenders here and a good-looking board as we get things rolling on the opener here today. All right, so under 2 to go in the opener here on this Saturday afternoon at Charlottetown. And there's a look at the 4, Francesca, coming into action here today for Adam Murner. Trainer Von Doyle's having a great season here in Charlottetown. And Chris Kelly of Calgary, Alberta is the owner of this 2-year-old filly by Sunshine Beach. Made her debut, a winning one safely off the wings. And Murner asked her, and she really stepped it up, winning by 5. Looks good, nice and relaxed out there today, and on board with a good price of 3 to 1. So we get things rolling here this afternoon. So the betting menu underway here today. We got the daily double in races 1 and 2, exacta, 20-cent super. The triactor, the guaranteed, of course, that I'll Pick 5. And don't forget to tag your ticket if you're here this weekend. And I know a number of people that make their way to the track this weekend do enjoy tagging their ticket. That's because it's an instant pick, and if the ticket comes in, you get the cash on that, but you also get the jackpot of $25, and they've been very successful this year as well. So ask your seller about the wild horses. There's a look at the 7. This is Bethany's Bella here. Don McNeil does it all. He's the owner, the trainer, and the breeder as well. They do the driving here from post 7 here today. Not a big fan of post 7, that's for sure, of this homebred, but I think it's her 6th lifetime start here today, and we'll be into action. I'm sure Donnie will be able to work out a trip from back there, and again, good price on the board at 4 to 1. Okay, working over your selections here in race number 1 on this Saturday afternoon. We've just landed on the 3 there, so track along for the horses. They'll make their way to the backstretch, and the starting gate will be rolling into position here very shortly. This is Just Beachy. Kenny Murphy driving for trainer Michelle Myers and her co-ownership team of Sheila Eastman and Craig Jackson. Comes in off that qualifier there. Looked good in the Charlottetown qualifier there. It was second by a head. 29-1 in the closer, 59-3 to chart that mile. And the Grassroots, a Lady Slipper just before that, a week before. Not the best result there, made a miscue there, but comes back in off that qualifier today. And I think Inside Post today should be part of the ticket. Looks nice and relaxed out there right now for Kenny Murphy in the bike here today for race number 1. Well, as I mentioned, the sale, the Atlantic Classic sale, congratulations to Chairman Nick Oakes and the entire team there. Did a great job yesterday in Crapo with Tobin Swifty and the Bad Dog top the Atlantic Classic sale. The day produced an all-time record gross, 1.9 million plus, and a new record setter for pacing fillies and trotters. So very, very successful way to kick off the weekend, no doubt about it. And you get numbers like that, boy, it's really tells you the foundation of the sport here in Prince Edward Island is in good hands. Congratulations to all the new owners. Excited this morning to wake up and see the new additions to the stables across Atlantic Canada. Oh, Julie Jameson and Zach Conway and the team put a lot of hours in there as well with the Atlantic Classic sale. And as I said, with all the team members there, with Chairman Nick Oakes and the rest of the team, they did a great job. Countdown clock is in for the opener on this Saturday afternoon, and they're in behind the Metro Home Building Center starting gate. Back upstairs for the race call. Here's Vance Cameron.
Can't agree with you more, Mr. Drake, on that team of the Atlantic Classic sale. What a successful way to start the weekend of champions here in Charlottetown. Today's opener, H44 Emma, Back River Jade, Just Beachy, Francesca, Could Have Been a Lady, Nevaeh Divine, Bethany's Bella. Post time. Off and pacing, Just Beachy leaving out. Back River Jade between horses at the rail. H44 Emma guarding the cones, getting out. To get away fourth, Francesca from the outside. Nevaeh Divine has taken over fifth. Could Have Been a Lady. She's away sixth, followed by the trailer. Bethany's Bella on the backstretch. We've got a battle on here in the early going. H44 Emma McPherson just put Just Beachy and Murphy in the 2-hole. Racing from third on the cones is Back River Jade. Francesca entering the turn fourth. That in fifth, Nevaeh Divine. Sixth, Could Have Been a Lady. Trailing seventh, that's Bethany Bella. 29 and 1/5 was the quarter, and off the turn they come, and they straighten down the stretch towards half mile, led by H44 Emma. Racing from second is Just Beachy. On the move on the outside. Here's Nevaeh Divine moving third. There goes Francesca to the outside fourth. Fifth is Back River Jade. Could Have Been a Lady goes sixth. On the outside, Bethany's Bella seventh. 1 minute and 3 was the opening half mile. They're over to the 5/8, H44 Emma at the rail, the leader. Nevaeh Divine on the outside, the challenger. Third on the cones is Just Beachy. Francesca is there on the outside. Second over fourth. Then in fifth on the rail, Back River Jade. Could Have Been a Lady is sixth. And the trailer, Bethany's Bella, they're by 3/4 now. Ace 44M at the rail. Matching strides on the outside, Nevaeh Divine. 3/4 in 1:30. And 2, and they're homeward bound in today's opener. On the outside, Nevaeh Divine is taken over. Francesca now second. Ace 44M a third. On the wire, here's Campbell and Nevaeh Divine to open it up. Francesca second, Ace 44M a third. The miles in 1:59 flat.
All right, here's a look at the Universal Media Slow-Mo for you in the afternoon opener today. Well, trainer Morgan Shepherd sent out 2 horses in this race today, and Campbell put Nevaeh Divine here up first up just past the half, as Campbell likes to do. He gives him a good shot every single time and keeps this filly alive here through the stretch. 25:40 on the nose to get it done here today, and gets up in the final strides. 29-1, 1:03, 1:30-2. They're going to stop the clock here this afternoon, 1:59 flat to get it rolling in the opener here today, unofficially at 6, 4, 1, and 2 at Charlottetown.
Nevaeh Divine on her way into the Crown Rush Protection Winners Circle in the first. Pacing filly 2 by Blood Money from the Camelot Dam, Cute Hill, owned by Walter Daigle of Inverness, Nova Scotia, bred by David White of Maine. Trained by Morgan Shepherd. Mark Campbell with the call will give her a maiden record of 1:59 flat. Walter, Christine watches with us today here on the Weekend of Champions. Congratulations, Nevaeh Divine with Campbell and a maiden record of 1:59.
This race replay is brought to you by the new 1888 Lounge at Red Shores. The 1888 Lounge is perfect for your corporate meetings, parties, or presentations. Contact Rebecca in our Sales and Events Division for more information on the new 1888 Lounge upper level at Red Shores.
Now the official results in the first race. Ace 44 Emma third, Back River Jade fourth, Just Beachy sixth, Francesca finished second. Could Have Been a Lady fifth, Nevaeh Divine the race winner. Bethany's Bella finished seventh. Palmetto Rose was scratched. They went 29-1, 1:03, 1:30-2, and the mile 1:59. In review, 346, 251. 7 scratched. Nevaeh Divine paid $25.40. The Exactor 83.90, Triactor 261.30, and the Superfecta 61.42.
Okay, nice way to get things started here this afternoon on this Saturday, the weekend of champions. That 6-4-1 combination in the Triactor 261.30, 25.40 on the nose for the 6. Nevaeh Divine, nice win to get things rolling. Let's kick in the HBI offer, and it's underway. Each and every weekend, we do something special with our HBI rewards players. Of course, you do collect rewards now when you play the horses, and also we have that 5% cashback that kicks into gear here for the Atlantic Breeders' Crown as well. And there are the picks from the Atlantic Post Calls Paddock Cam as the horses start to roll. 4-1-5 on this side of the desk. Post time picks working a 1-4-6 and a 4-1-5 along the bottom with classifier's choice. We'll greet the entries for race number 2 next.
Second race on the track, sponsored by the Atlantic Classic Sale. Number 1 is EA Moneymaker, owned by Saul Lanigan, Chris Farrell, Mark Lanigan, and Deborah Pickard. Trained by Saul Lanigan, Kenny Murphy drives. Galapagos, number 2, now owned by Donna and Courtney McLean of Fairview, trained by Ashley Gamester, Jason Hughes. 3, Red Dirt Diamond, owned and trained by Dina Clove, New Haven, Brett Clough drives. Moonbound, number 4, owned by Greg Kirby of Sydney and Nathaniel Smith of Holden, Maine, trained by Jennifer Doyle, driven by David Dowling. Listen, Linda Lou, number 5, Adam Murner drives for owner-trainer Carson Wilkie, Stratford. 6 is Irie, owned by David Mercer. Keith and the estate of Kenneth McDougall of Alberta, trained by Tommy Weatherby, Brody McPhee up. 7, JJ Nicky was a late scratch. 4 minutes to post time. Everything you need to play the horses. Go to the new Players Portal.
Yeah, if you're looking to play the horses this weekend, that's where you go. The Player Portal, it's got everything you need in there. Some of the other stats that I really like to lean on, too, are the post positions from each racetrack, and they tell you which post positions send out the most winners. And I know with all the players who love the data, post positions, where the leaders are at the quarter, at 3/4, where they are at the half, just some really cool information that you can get in there. Of course, it's all up-to-date information with our friends at Standard Canada. Keep us up to date. And everything else you need, you'll get it at the Player Portal. Just go to Redshores.ca and click on the Racing tab. All right, out to the track we go here to pick up some of the top contenders, and there's a look at the 4. And boy, does she ever look good out there right now. This is Moonbound. David Dowling driving for Jennifer Doyle today, the conditioner, and along with the ownership team of Gregory Kirby and of Sydney and Nathaniel Smith of Holden, Maine. So she looks really good in there right now as she gets the fire from the full horse. 8 for 14 in top threes as campaign. Scratched out of action in the last start. It's going to be tough to leave her out of that action here today. Dowling's got her right now and a good price there. Bettors are all over this filly, 9-2. So a really good price on the 4 right now, and you're looking for some other prices. There's a look at the 1 right now at 1-4 choice. This is EA Moneymaker. Kenny Murphy driving for Saul Lanigan today, who co-owns with Chris Farrell and Mark Lanigan, Deborah Pickard as well. And they're getting into action here today. Like the chance big winner off the last start there. That's who was in Charlottetown last weekend. And the Lady Slipper grassroots looked really good off the rail there today, right on the point there. And really was in command the whole time, won by 6 lengths, closed out in 28-3, stopped the timer in a sparkling 1:57 and 1. So going to be part of this here today, this Sweet Low filly off the rail for Murphy right now at 1-4. Well, the most famous sound in horse racing. There it is right there, and you know we're getting close as we track along with the 5 right now. This is Linda Lou here. Adam Erner doing the driving for Carson Wilkie. And the young horseman, Carson Wilkie's getting along great. He's putting together a quiet campaign there and sends out this 4-year-old mare here from post 5 here today. And she makes her 22nd start of the season. Now, she's only got 1 win lifetime, but she is in the action here. If you look through over the chart lines, been on the ticket here on a consistent basis throughout the campaign. So it's got a lead from post 5 here today. We are scratched down to a field of 6, and she looks good out there right now, and that's a good value price right there at 7-1. And as you know, we got things rolling on the value side of the ticket here today, so don't be afraid to play some value on that board here this afternoon. So the Atlantic Classic sale, cooler presentation coming up here for race number 2. I did get a couple of texts after I teased the sale of how good it was yesterday about the sale topper. So in case you missed that release that went out last night, Tobin's Swifty, a daughter of Somewhere Fancy by the heavy-hitting producer Putnam's Mackenzie, $72,000 to top the sale for new owner Donnie McCrae, consigned by Wendell Williams of Ellerslie. And the Bad Dog also shared that spotlight with $72,000 purchase price tag, son of Bulldog Hanover there. And Victor Putty had the ownership papers there from the Faith Gavin consignment of Seacal Pond and PEI. So, yeah, the sale toppers, there you have it. And the information is on Standard Canada if you're looking for the information on that complete sale. And you can go to the Atlantic Classic webpage as well. See all the owners. Countdown clock is in for race number 2. We're lining in behind the Metro Homebuilding Center starting gate and back upstairs to the race call. Here's Vance Cameron.
EA Moneymaker, Galapagos, Red Dirt Diamond, Moonbound. Listen, Linda Lou, Irie, a half a dozen here in the second lining up. Atlantic Classic Sail will be in the winner's circle with the presentation. Top of the stretch. Now approaching a start. Rough and pacing. Moonbound is shooting out from the center. EA Moneymaker along the rail. Then the third one to the turn, Galapagos. Dropping in fourth is Red Dirt Diamond. From the outside for fifth is Irie. Listen, Linda Lou six. To the backstretch they go. Moonbound and Dowling clear the lead. EA Moneymaker now second. Large gap in the early going to third. Galapagos is there. Fourth is Red Dirt Diamond. Back to the front we go. It's give and go time on the front end. Here's EA Moneymaker and Kenny Murphy back to the top off a solid opener of 28 and a 1. Moonbound now second. That gap to third. Galapagos there to the outside fourth. Red Dirt Diamond goes underway. Fifth is Irie. The trailer, listen, Linda Lou. They arrive at the half mile next. Now led by EA Moneymaker. Halfway home by 2. Second, that is Moonbound. On the outside, Red Dirt Diamond towards the rail. Galapagos is fourth. Then in fifth, Irie. Listen, Linda Lou. 6:57 and 1. They're sitting up in here with 3/8 to go. EA Moneymaker, the leader, going to 3/4. Moonbound is right there. Red Dirt Diamond on the outside. Third, Galapagos along the rail. Fourth. Fifth on the outside is Irie in the trailer. That is Listen, Linda Lou. They arrived at 3/4, led by EA Moneymaker in 1:26 and 2. Mighty good clip in here as they round the top turn. Down to 2 of them with an 8 to go. EA Moneymaker, the leader. Moonbound is coming to the outside for the stretch drive. Irie is taking over third. On the wire they come next. Here is EA Moneymaker for Kenny Murphy. Second is Moonbound. Irie rallies in third. Time for the mile, 1:56 flat.
All right, the Universal Media slow-mo for you in the stretch drive. Doesn't tell all the story here because EA Moneymaker sent off at 1-9. A choice here today. Kenny Murphy with a give and go here after Moonbound touchdown on the front. That didn't last long. Murphy wanted to go back in and call all the shots, and that's what they did here. 28 and 1, 57 and 1, 126 and 2. They were rocking and rolling through those panels here today. The two of them a sprint to the finish here, but it's going to be the one. EA Moneymaker gets up. Third win of the campaign here for EA Moneymaker. Moonbound was second for Dowling, and getting up for third was Irie with Brody McPhee there. That's what they look at. 156 flat. Great trip here today. 146 and 5 unofficially, and we'll see the winner coming up next in the Crown Rustproofing Winner Circle.
EA Moneymaker in the second race winner's circle, bay pacing filly 2 by Sweet Lou from the Always Be Mickey Dam, Always Be Dreaming, owned by Saul Lanigan, Chris Farrell, Mark Lanigan, and Deborah Pickard. Trained by Saul Lanigan and driven to victory by Kenny Murphy, filly pacing to a new record of 156. EA Moneymaker in the second at trackside, the Atlantic Classic Sale with the cooler presentation.
This race replay is brought to you by Symes Horse Transport. Based in Nova Scotia and with over 20 years of experience, Chucky Symes would welcome the opportunity to transport your horses when you need them moved. Operating 2 rigs, Symes Horse Transport offers safe, feasible, and timely trucking in Canada and the U.S. Symes Horse Transport is a commercially covered horse carrier. They also buy and sell horses. To book a stall and to get a quote, call or text 902-664-7086 or email st.symes@gmail.com. Good luck racing.
Now the official results in the second race, EA Moneymaker the winner, Galapagos finished 6th, Red Dirt Diamond 5th, Moonbound was 2nd, Listen Linda Lou 4th, Irie finished 3rd, JJ Nicky was scratched, the fractions were 28-1, 57-1, 126-2, and the mile 156. In review 165, 2, 4, 3 scratch. EA Moneymaker paid $230. The exactor 420, triactor 1280, superfecta 307. The early daily double 5310.
So welcome back to Race Day Live here on this Saturday afternoon, Consolation Day today. I mentioned the memory lane display. I see a lot of people walking by our broadcast location there, making their way into the 1888 lounge. Make sure you check out the displays that are in there. And the family is going to be honored tonight. We'll have more on that in just a minute. We want to tell you about this ultimate guest experience because Thursday's in the top of the park, and there it is right there, all in one price. One incredible price here. One great package, one good price. And here's what it also details. It also comes up with, this starts on October 16th. Booking's underway now. Live racing, of course. All you can care to eat buffet, $10 casino voucher, free play coupon with $5 wagering voucher as well, $35.95. Bookings underway now. There's a look at the Atlantic Post Calls paddock cam. The horses are coming out on the track, and we'll greet them next on race number 3.
Third race at McRae's Backhoe and Trucking Atlantic Breeders' Crown. Consolation for 2-year-old pacing fillies are on parade. Electrifying number 1, owned by Daryl and Gordon McLean and Stephen Downey. Daryl McLean trains and drives. Fernhill Cream number 2, owned by Peter Smith of Stratford. Gerald Morrissey of Charlottetown, trained by Tom Weatherby. Brody McPhee driving. I'll Mock the Money number 3, owned by David Lund of Moncton, New Brunswick. Trained and driven by Gilles Barriol. Uptown Tonight number 4 is owned and trained by Miles Heffernan Jr. of Somerville. Miles Sr. drives. 5 is Elm Grove Uncanny, owned by Joe Baxter of Spring Valley and Erith Riley of Summerside. Joe does the training. Kenny Murphy drives. Always in Full Force is number 6, owned by Jamie Whalen of Vernon Bridge. Trained by Mike McGuigan. Mark Campbell. Lila Berry 7, owned by Little Pond Stables of Little Pond. Mike McGuigan trains and drives. 8 is Magnificent Rose, owned by Rebecca May Horton, Jesse Brewer, Blair McLaughlin, and Jeff Lilly. Trained by Joe Baxter. Today, Jacob Sweet driving. 4 minutes to post time. Red Shores Charlottetown is proud to host Atlantic Breeders' Crown Weekend. Thank you to all our sponsors, including longtime sponsor David Corrigan, the Flying Realtor.
The 2025 Atlantic Breeders' Crown is set for Thanksgiving weekend at Red Shores Racetrack and Casino in Charlottetown. The Weekend of Champions starts with the Atlantic Classic Sale on Friday, October 10th at the Crapo Exhibition Grounds. Saturday features a top-notch card of racing and the Atlantic Breeders' Crown Awards Banquet and Gala in the top of the park. Join us Sunday for a special presentation of the Joe Smallwood Memorial Award before the best colts and fillies compete for championship honors. It all comes down to the Breeders' Crown. For a complete list of events, accommodations, and sponsors, visit Redshores.ca.
Yeah, lots of action this weekend, and I said lots of visitors as well. Nice to have you here on Charlottetown and across Prince Edward Island. What a nice drive yesterday to Crapo, too. I had a lot of folks that were driving by the sale location there in Crapo, and that's a beautiful location. And I want to welcome Daryl Kaplan, who's the president and CEO of Standardbird Canada, who made his appearance at the sale. Flew in, was here for the sale, is going to be here for Consolation Day today and the banquet tonight, and of course Championship Sunday before he flies out. So nice to have you here, Daryl, on Prince Edward Island. McRae's Backhoe and Trucking, Atlantic Breeders' Crown Consolation for the 2-year-old fillies to go for a purse of $10,000, and we've landed on the 3 here, 2-to-1 choice right now. This is I'll Mock the Money. Gilles Barriot doing the driving. He's also the trainer here for David Lund out of Moncton, New Brunswick, and this filly scratched dead of it the last time there, the last start, but has won her last 3 starts. Even had to rebound a little bit off that start in Summerside to keep the streak going. So she's going to be tough to beat here today, and she looks really good out in the track right now. Barry's got a good hold on her, keeping her calm before the start of this one, and coming in right now 2-to-1. So we have a full field of 8 here on the third race of the 2-year-old fillies Consolation here at Atlantic Breeders' Crown Weekend, a purse of $10,000. And we mentioned the Atlantic Classic sale, and for all of those who work throughout the sale, there's a huge team. How about the ones that have to take care of these yearlings as they get them into the sales ring? And some of them can be quite a handful, and that's why you need some experts out there. And Miles Heffernan Sr. is one of those guys. He was in the sale yesterday, very busy handling them. He's in the bike here right now, and he's going to be handling Uptown Tonight. This 2-year-old filly here from Tobago Cays, and they're getting into the action. It was 4th last time out there, a 7.5, but raced home in 28-2. Nice mile, 55-4. That was in the Lady Slipper Gold there. So doesn't have a win to this point, but that could change here today. Things didn't work out in the Atlantic Sire Stakes start, but has been a force, and bettors have their in the play here this afternoon. That's a really good price on her at 4-to-1. Well, Mark Campbell kicked things off here this afternoon with a bit of a long shot play in the opener here today. And when Campbell's on his game, which he always is, and of course when the money's on the line here today, he's going to be driving always in full force here from post 6. Now, Mike McGuigan has 2 horses in this race here, 2 fillies. He's going to be driving the one next to her, the stablemate Lila Berry in here, so McGuigan. So Campbell picks up always in full force, comes into action here today. His fillies finished second in to our top choice, and stablemate leaves right beside her. So it's going to be interesting. Handles the filly. She makes her 12th start of the season here today, so they're getting ready to go at 5-1 right now, and they'll be getting their way to the starting gate here very shortly as they get set for the 2-year-old fillies consolation, the Atlantic Breeders' Crown. We do have a bit of a breeze out there today, as you can tell by that camera shaking around a little bit. That view on the backstretch. As you get a look at the field. Electrifying at 10-1 right now. The 6, the 1 service on Fern Hill Cream, who seems to be getting better and better after every start as well. I'll mock the money, 5-2. Then you get 5-1 service on Elm Grove Uncanny and always in full force. Lila Berry at 8-1 and 25-1 service on Magnificent Rose from post 8. Countdown clocks in for race number 3. As Race Day Live continues from Charlottetown and behind the Metro Home Building Center's starting gate. And back upstairs for the race call, here's Vance Cameron.
Electrifying Fernhill Cream, I'll mock the money. Uptown tonight. Elm Grove Uncanny, always in full force. Lila Berry, Magnificent Rose, top of the stretch. The 8 fillies in the consolation of the Atlantic Breeders' Crown have amassed over $113,000 in prize money in their freshman campaign. Post time. Up and facing uptown tonight leaves out Electrifying along the rail. I'll mock the money now between horses third, at the rail fourth, Fernhill Cream. To get away fifth, that's Elm Grove Uncanny. 6-1 around the turn, always in full force. Lila Berry is seventh, and trailing Magnificent Rose a little to it, not it. At it and to it in the early going, and here comes Uptown tonight and Miles Sr. to clear the lead. The long shot took him on in the early going. That is Electrifying second. Racing all alone in third. I'll mock the money. 28 seconds flat. Serious quarter. Racing from fourth is Fernhill Cream. Elm Grove Uncanny is tipped to the outside fifth. Always in full force is set to follow sixth. Lila Berry up the rail seventh. On the outside eighth. That's Magnificent Rose. They're halfway home, led by Uptown tonight. Second, Electrifying. I'll mock the money. She's perched up now third off of 57 and 4 half mile. Racing fourth on the outside is Fernhill Cream. Along the rail in fifth, Lila Berry. On the outside sixth, that is Elm Grove Uncanny. Seventh, always in full force. Trailing at the rail, Magnificent Rose. The 3/4 coming next. I'll mark the money on the outside. Matching strides. Uptown Tonight at the rail. Between them, Fernhill Cream third. Elm Grove Uncanny is stepping it out 3 wide. 3/4 of a mile in 1:28 flat. They're down to an 8 to go, and wow, are they well grouped. Turning for home, I'll mark the money. Elm Grove Uncanny on the outside, way wide, always in full force, deep stretch now on the wire. I'll mark the money with Berrio. Second, always in full force, Elm Grove Uncanny third. Time for the mile, 1:57.4.
Well, let's have a look at the exciting stretch drive here for you. The Atlantic Breeders' Crown Consolation for the 2-year-old fillies. McRae Backhoe and Trucking, the title sponsor there. They were well grouped when they hit the top of the turn there. And it was I'll Mock the Money coming first up for Berrio there. A good trip in there as well from Elm Grove Uncanny, who made that 3-high move down the backstretch there. And flying late on the outside was always in full force. But it's going to be I'll Mock the Money to get it done here. Gets up to win it. Sent off at 6-5 odds here today. Great fractions, 28, 57, and 4, 128 flat. They stopped the timer in 157 and 4. It's a 3, 6, 5, 8 unofficial on the top 4 here. We'll see the winning connections next in the Crown Rust Roofing Winner's Circle.
I'll Mock the Money arriving at the Crown Rust Protection Winner's Circle in the third. Big facing filly 2, the daughter of Tobago Gaze from the Mach 3 Dam. Mock the Cut. Owned by David Lund of Moncton, New Brunswick. Bred by Stephen Johnson of Kincora. Trained and driven to victory by Gilles Barriot. The filly pacing to a new record of 157 and 4. I'll Mock the Money captures the McRae's Backhoe and Trucking Atlantic Breeders' Crown Consolation for 2-year-old facing fillies with the Winner's Circle presentation.
The management and staff at Red Shores want your experience to be fun and entertaining. That is why we offer information on how our games work, tips to keep your gambling fun, and available community resources. For more information, please speak to one of our PlayWise advisors or stop by the PlayWise Information Center.
Now the official results from the third race: Electrifying was 7th, Fernhill Cream 5th. I'll Mock the Money, the race winner. Uptown Tonight finished 8th. Elm Grove Uncanny 3rd. Always in Full Force was 2nd. Lila Berry finished 6th. Magnificent Rose 4th. The fractions went 28, 57, and 4. 128 and the mile 157 and 4. In review 751, 832, 64. I'll Mock the Money paid $470 to win. The exactor 39.10, triactor $105, superfecta $118.77.
Okay, well, coming up next, we have the Oliver and Sarah Polton Memorial coming up in race number 4 here today. As Race Day Live continues from Charlottetown, you're with Lee Drake along with Vance Cameron. We'll wrap things up this afternoon with the consolation day here and then roll into the Atlantic Breeders' Crown Banquet tonight, which is presented by the PEI Standardbred Horse Owners Association. I know President James Perot will be in attendance here tonight and bring along some greetings as well as we honor the families across Atlantic Canada tonight. All right, we have something new that's happening from our marketing and promotions team, and that is Appy Hour. We'll play on words there for you. It's Wednesday, 7 to 8. You can enjoy free appetizers on the gaming floor at our Red Shores Summerside location. So mark that on your calendar and mark that out for Wednesday night from 7 to 8 and enjoy those free appetizers. Let's have a look at the picks here for you for race number 4. I'm working a 6-3-2 angle. Post-time picks, that's Peter McPhee today, 3-2-1, and classifier's choice at 3, 4, and 6. A couple of different directions for you to go in, and a power pack field of 6. As we'll greet them next in the post parade.
The afternoon's 4th race is the Oliver and Sarah Polton Memorial on post parades, and day is Cracker Jack, number 1, owned by Hal Smith of Fondle, Ian Smith of Stratford. Trained by Tom Weatherby, Brody McPhee drives. Number 2, the Sun and Moon, is owned, trained, and driven by Joey Pino of Rustico. Gaston Phil, number 3, Donnie McNeil of Cornwall, owns, trains, and drives. I'll Walk the Line, number 4, owned the Next Generation Stable of Stratford, trained by Tom Weatherby, David O'Brien up. Yeah Boy John wears 5, owned by Kendra Holroyd and Suzanne Ramsey, trained by Mark Bradley, Jason Hughes. Moonlight, number 6, Kenny Arsenault, trains and drives for the ICU Stable of Charlottetown at 4 minutes to post time. Lee Drake is back with the top selection, but first a message from HBI Bet and the new HBI Bet app.
Feel the thrill of the track, anytime, anywhere. Download the new HBI Bet app, and you're just minutes away from live racing action, including local tracks and across the globe. Simply download the new HBI Bet app from the App Store to gain access to AI-assisted smart picks, in-depth racing info, rewards, and more. Just follow these simple steps. 1. Download the app. 2. Fill out your info. 3. Start betting with the app. Enjoy fast, secure betting at your fingertips wherever you are. Get the new app from the App Store and bring the track with you.
All right, some great work there with that HBI commercial and the new app that you'll find in your App Store right now. And if you haven't already, you can download HBI through the App Store and get set up and going. There's some great promotions along the way with it as well on your first month. So if you spend $100 in your first month, you get $100 back. That's a pretty cool promotion. And we'll roll along with the picks here this afternoon. Make our way out to the track on this beautiful afternoon. It's race number 4 right now. We're working on 3 minutes to go. This is Moonlight from post 6 today. Kenny Arsenault training and driving today for the ICU Stable out of Charlottetown today, and hasn't had much luck at the draw lately, and you'll notice some better results when he draws inside, but I think could be part of the ticket here this afternoon, even from post 6. Those charted miles and 58 and change stand out for me. So 9-2 service right now on the 6. Moonlight. Well, a power pack field of 6 here for race number 4, the Oliver and Sarah Polton Memorial. There'll be a trackside presentation there, and there's a look at the 2-to-1 choice right now. There's a 3, Gaston Phil. And Donnie McNeil owns, trains, and drives, comes into the action here today. Not much to go on, but I can tell you one thing. If anything is like that charted mile there off that qualifier there in 58 and 3 is going to be part of this ticket for sure. If you put another mile like that together in the first time start off that qualifier, be right on the ticket and in the money here this afternoon. And the bettors at 2-to-1. Service on the 3, Gaston Phil. Okay, there's a look at the 2 right now. This is the Sun and Moon. Joey Pino is the owner, the trainer, the driver. His 2-year-old colt raised by Wade McConey out in Stanchel. Seems to be learning with each and every start, and they usually do. Of course, these 2-year-olds and the Pinos have had a lot of young horses over the years and developed a lot of great horses over the years. So it comes into action here today. Half it starts in top 3. He's finished second 4 times, so got a shot to be in here today. 3-to-1 right now on the 2, the Sun and the Moon. Well, they're all looking for their first win here today, and I think any one of them get up and get it done here today. That's a look at this field here. You see the starting gate rolling into position. Jeff McDonald, the starter, will be calling them in here. Zendaya's Crackerjack at 17-1. The 2 right now is Sun and Moon at 5-1 service. Even money on the 3, Gaston Phil. I'll walk the line at 2-1, 12-1 on the 5, Yabo John, and Moonlight at 5-2. Countdown clock is in for race number 4. A field of 6 in behind the Metro Home Building Center starting gate and back upstairs for the race call. Here's Vance Cameron.
Zendaya's Crackerjack, the Sun and Moon, Gaston Phil, I'll Walk the Line, Ya Boy John, Moonlight, top of the stretch. Fourth race, Oliver and Sarah Fulton Memorial. Ready for a start. Off and pacing, the Sun and Moon is leaving out, along with Gaston Phil towards the rails, and Dea's Cracker Jack is the third one around the turn. In between horses, I'll walk the line. Then a racing from fifth is Yaboy John, the trailer. Moonlight, the quarter pole bound, and up front, the Sun and Moon in line to Joey Pino on the engine. I'll walk the line moved into second. Third at the rails, and Dea's Cracker Jack. Gaston Phil is now fourth. Racing from fifth is Yaboy John, the trailer. Is Moonlight 29 and won the opening quarter mile. Midway round the top turn, it's the Sun and Moon fraction setting this day. On his back in the two-hole, I'll walk the line, all alone in third. Zendaya's Cracker Jack. Gaston Phil is fourth, Yaboy John fifth, and the trailer six is Moonlight. They're halfway home here in the fourth, led by the Sun and Moon. I'll walk the line, continuing second. Here comes Gaston Phil, underway in the outside to pick up third. 60 seconds flat was the opening half mile. They're arriving at 5/8. The Sun and Moon getting them there. Gaston Phil in the outside, second, third at the rail. I'll walk the line, coming up fourth on the outside. That's Moonlight. Riding the rail fifth is Zendaya's Cracker Jack. Trailing the field, Yaboy John. They're at the three-quarter pole. On the outside, Gaston Phil is taken over late. The Sun and Moon along the rail second. Moonlight is right there, second over third. Fourth is I'll Walk the Line. Three-quarters tripped in 1:31 and 4. They're homeward bound now. Gaston Phil in the middle is the leader. Way wide, Moonlight is coming to them now. Deep stretch on the line. Moonlight maybe by a nostril. Gaston Phil right with them. Picture time 2:02 flat.
Okay, the Universal Media slow-mo for you this afternoon. Sort of played out the way we thought it would here today with the Sun and Moon calling the shots early. Sent off at 4-1 here today. I'll Walk the Line had a great trip in here this afternoon. They start to fade off a little bit, and there comes Gaston Phil. I did have Moonlight on top of my ticket here today. You'll see this colt coming into the stretch here, and a patient Kenny Arsenault drive. I just thought it would set up the way Kenny likes to put them in position. Second over toe, waited as long as he could, did that three-high move there, and gets up on the stretch here. 6, 3, 1, and 5. It's unofficial. That looks like the top four finishers right now. Hold on to your tickets, and we'll see the winning connections next in the Crown Rust Proofing Winner Circle as they stop the timer in 2:02.
Here comes Moonlight to the fourth race winner's circle. Bay pacing gelding 3 by Bet the Moon off the Amerifan Gigolo Dam, Barona Lilac. Owned by ICU Stable of Charlottetown, bred by Darren and Brendan Crow of Nova Scotia. trained and driven to victory by Kenny Arsenault. He'll face to a maiden record this afternoon of 2:02 flat. Moonlight in the fourth. Down at trackside, the Oliver and Sarah Fulton Memorial Winner's Circle Cooler presentation. It's Moonlight for Kenny Arsenault in 2:02.
Windermere Farms is proud to announce shares are now available in our 2025 yearlings. From our Rising Star Stallion, Somewhere Fancy, to the champion sire, Malicious. This is your chance to get in on the action with some of the most exciting bloodlines in the Maritimes. Come on out to Windermere Farms and meet the future champions of the 2026 season. To book your viewing and for more details, contact Earl Watts today. Windermere Farms, where Atlantic Canada's champion stallions call home.
Now, the official results in the fourth race, and Dea's Cracker Jack was third. The Sun and Moon sixth. Gaston Phil finished second. I'll Walk the Line was fifth. Yowboy John finished fourth. Moonlight, the race winner. Fractions of 29 and 1. 1 minute. 1:31 and 4. And the mile in 2:02. In review, it's 3:62. 5:41. Moonlight paid $8.80 to win. The Exactor $37.30, Triactor $200.70, and the Superfecta at $68.98.
Well, coming up next, we have the Vance Cam on our first of two Super High Fives here today. We also have the McPhee Memorial Trackside presentation coming up as well for you as we get ready for race number 5 on this Saturday afternoon. There's the grand in your hand. You enter your non-winning tickets, wagered at Red Shores Summerside for a chance to win. We already had our first winner in that. The next sequence will come up on the final card, which is November 11th. You have a chance to win $1,000. And all you have to do is play the action from the track. Atlantic Post calls Paddock Cam. The horses are already in motion. 172 is the combination from here. Post times picks at 6, 1, and 2, and at 176 along the bottom with classifier's choice.
The afternoon's fifth race is the McPhee Memorial with a trackside winner's circle presentation. They're on parade number 1, Sensational Gal, owned by JD Racing Incorporated of Cornwall, trained by Nick Oakes. Today, Adam Murner drives. Carnival Heart 2, owned by Shayna Toll and Ryan DeRoche of Clyde River. Shayna does the training, and Ryan will drive. Catch a Few Rays 3 is owned by Carson Wilkie and Lowell Farkman of Stratford, trained by Kenneth Wilkie, Corey McPherson. Love Party number 4, owned by Suzanne McKeegan of Albert Bridge, Nova Scotia, trained by Blaine McKenna, Paul Angel. 5 is Stone Beach Lily, owned by Colin Morgan Shepherd of Brackley. Morgan Shepherd does the training today. Mark Campbell catch drives. Topville Angelina 6, owned by Jody Lynn Matheson, Stefan Boudreau, and Cheryl Smallman, trained by Ron Matheson, Jill Barrio. Watch Me Shake It 7. Kenny Arsenault trains and drives for owner Morris Cody, Charlottetown. 8, Nanny Bernice, owned and trained by Janice Hubbard of Carlisle, Ontario. Wayne Hubbard's in the sulky. 4 minutes to post time. And Lee, you and I are coming up with our selections in the first Super High 5 of this Saturday afternoon. We thank our friends at Results Marketing and Advertising and their continued presentation of the Vance Cam. I'm going to the rail and Sensational Gal with Adam Murner in the sulky today. Right now, second choice on that infield tote board. Then I'm going to go to number 6, Topville Angelina for Matheson and the Barrio combination. I'll go farther out to Kenny Arsenault in the 7, Watch Me Shake It for third. For fourth, I landed on the 2, Carnival Heart. And I'll close it out with the Mark Campbell catch drive on Stone Beach Lily the 5. 16725 from the booth. Mr. Drake, your choices.
Well, I was up and down the page a few times. I did land on the 1 with my Super High 5 ticket there, Sensational Gal. I think has a shot to go back-to-back from the Nick Oakes barn here today, so I did go on top there. Then I went with the 6, Topville Angelina for Barrio and Matheson. I'm sorry, rather the 7, I'm going with Watch Me Shake It with Kenny Arsenault. And then the 2, Carnival Heart, 6 and 5. So my ticket 17265 with the Super High 5. And I have to be honest with you, Vance, I got called into action here late here today in a late scratch from Rocky Skierman, who was supposed to be on the desk today. I hope he's feeling better soon. And look forward to, there's a lot of sickness going around, but he tells me he thinks he's going to be back into the action here tomorrow on the Championship Sunday. So good for him. All right, cycling through the field here on the Super High Five today, so we get things rolling. Vance's ticket at a 167, 2 and 5. I'm working a 172.65 this beautiful afternoon. Talking to some of the many guests that are making their way over to past the top of the park area into the grandstand down in O'Brien's, and also to the memory lane display. I could spend hours in there. I plan to spend some more time after the broadcast today, take a peek around and have a look. The Rennie family is the island family that's being honored tonight from Prince Edward Island. The Hamlin family from Newfoundland and Labrador. Sowers family from New Brunswick. LeBlanc family as well. So a lot of folks traveling today. We appreciate it. Nice to have you here. It's quite a change. If you look over the year-over-year numbers, which I always do at the start of the card with our team here, April Myers, and now we take a look at where we are when it looks at year-over-year numbers and what the weather patterns were looking like. Well, you may remember what this there card was like last year. We had to cancel after the 9th race for that heavy rain in the forecast, so that we have a good weather stretch underway here. We had some rain earlier in the week, which we were certainly welcomed across Prince Edward Island for sure, but we haven't had a lot of rain, as you know, here on the island this year. But this weekend looks clear, so good for traveling, good for the folks that are guests that are here visiting this weekend, and good for the course of the horses and the drivers as well on the track. Countdown clocks in for the McPhee Memorial. Race number 5, the first of 2 Super High Fives on your program here this afternoon. And they're in behind the Metro Home Building Center starting gate, and here at the race call is Vance Cameron.
Sensational Gal, Carnival Heart, Catch a Few Rays, Love Party. Stone Beach Lily, Topville Angelina, Watch Me Shake It, Nanny Bernice, top of the stretch. Here they come. And there they go, off and facing Carnival Heart, Sensational Gal joining them to their outside. Stone Beach Lily third, to get away fourth, Catch a Few Rays racing from fifth. On the outside, that is Topville Angelina towards the rail, Love Party. Then in seventh, that's Watch Me Shake It, and the trailer Nanny Bernice, their quarter pole bound. Here comes Stone Beach Lily in line to Mark Campbell to take over the lead. Second is Sensational Gal, racing from third. That's Carnival Heart. There's give and go time on the front end off of 28 seconds flat. Opening quarter mile, Sensational Gal and Murner. Back to the front. Stone Beach Lily second, Carnival Heart third, Catch a Few Rays are racing fourth. Love Party is fifth. And in sixth is Topville Angelina. Watch Me Shake It is seventh. And the trailer, Nanny Bernice, they're halfway home in the Super High Five. And Sensational Gal back on the lead. Racing from second is Stone Beach Lily. Carnival Heart at the rail third. 57 and 2 was the half mile. Moving up fourth on the outside is Love Party. At the rail fifth is Catch a Few Rays. Then in sixth on the inside, Watch Me Shake It. Topville Angelina seventh. Trailing the field, Nanny Bernice. Here comes the three quarters. Sensational Gal getting them there. Carnival Heart now at her wheel. In the pocket third, Stone Beach Lily. Fourth at the rail, Catch a Few Rays. Love Party on the outside is stalled fifth. 3/4 and 1. 27 flat. They turn for home. Sensational Gal the leader. Carnival Heart is second. Stone Beach Lily third. Deep stretch now. On the wire they come. Sensational Gal without a murder. Carnival Heart second. Stone Beach Lily third. 156 flat.
All right, exciting looking stretch drive for you once again here on race number 5 in your Super High 5 ticket here today. We did have the Sensational Gal, the number 1, on top of the ticket. And it was a little give and go there as the opening quarter, and they were down there quickly too. 28 seconds flat, 57 and 2. They rolled by the half with Sensational Gal back on the point, 127 flat. There's Murner and Sensational Gal coming through the stretch here. They're going to stop the timer. 156 flat is back-to-back victories. That's your 7th of the campaign here today, sent off at 4 to 5 odds. Gets it done here in the McPhee Memorial this afternoon. The 2, Carnival Heart, sent off at 9 to 1, was second. Stone Beach Lily fired up for third. It looks like a 1-2-5-4 unofficially, and we'll see the winning connections next in the Crown Rust Roofing Winner Circle.
Sensational Gal arriving at the Crown Rust Protection Winner's Circle here in the 5th. Bay facing mare 4 by Roll With It Harry off the Big Jim Dam. Quick decision owned by JD Racing Incorporated of Cornwall, bred by Bobby Gordon of Elmsdale. Trained by Nick Oakes. Adam Murner in the driver's seat for the mile. It's right to her record today, 156 flat. Sensational Gal will capture the McPhee Memorial. And then the Winner's Circle, we have the cooler presentation.
This race replay is brought to you by All Star Cresting, specializing in embroidery, screen print, promotional products, and on-site cresting featuring the newest technology, and one of the largest embroidery and screen printing departments in Atlantic Canada. For all your clothing and merchandise needs, email sales@allstarcresting.ca. At All Star Cresting, we got you covered.
Here's the official results now in the 5th race. Sensational Gal, the race winner. Carnival Heart was second. Catch a Few Rays 6. Love Party finished 4th. Stone Beach Lily 3rd. Topville Angelina was 8th. Watch Me Shake It finished 5th. Nanny Bernice 7th. 28, 57 and 2. 127 and the mile 156. In review 126. 43857. Sensational Gal paid $360 to win. The exactor was $970, the triactor $45.10, and the super high 5 paid $264.37. The sixth race is the McRae's Backhoe and Trucking Atlantic Breeders' Crown Consolation for 2-year-old Colt Pacers. Bet on Evil 1, owned by Mark McDonald, Bennett McKinnon, Josh McDonald, and William McDonald. Mike McGuigan trains and drives. Windermere Barkley, number 2, owned by Cole, Zachary, and Ross Mullins of Inverness, Nova Scotia. Zachary Mullins is the trainer today. Mark Campbell. Chacon, number 3, owned by Walter Daigle of Inverness, Nova Scotia, trained by Morgan Shepherd, Jill Burial. Smilin' with Lou, number 4, owned by Gordy McCabe of Onslow Mountain, Nova Scotia, Pooker McCollum, trains and drives. O Positive, number 5, owned and trained by Miles Heffernan Jr. of Somerville, Miles Sr. up. Fire and Blood 6, owned by Dr. Mitch Downey of St. John, New Brunswick. Mike Downey trains and drives. Saltwater Captain 7, owned by Joanne McRae, David Myers, Gwyneth McGurk, and Rick Adams, trained by David Myers, driven by David Dowling. Real Fancy Pants, number 8, owned by Donald McRae of Vernon Bridge, trained by Ashley Gamester, Jason Hughes. 4 minutes to post time. You're watching Race Day from Charlottetown, PEI. Now over to Lee Drake, our manager of racing, marketing, and sales.
That's right, Vance. And just a couple of notes here that's going to take place today. The banquet will start, reception around 6:30 this evening, the dinner at 7 o'clock tonight, where we'll honor the families and also the Lifetime Achievement Award here and meet all the finalists. And, of course, there'll be some hardware to give out to the finalists for tonight. Then tomorrow morning is the pancake breakfast. It starts at 9 o'clock. And we should also note that in that pancake breakfast presentation, there will be the Joe Smallwood Memorial Award presentation there. And then the finals. They kick off the championship finals at Sunday afternoon. Post time is at 12:30. So a lot Breeders' Crown weekend. McRae, Backhoe, and Trucking at the Atlantic Sire Stakes. We appreciate that and all the sponsors that are going to be with us. There's a look at the 5th place finish from the Maritime Provinces Harness Racing Commission and how close it was in that Super High 5 ticket. Making her way out to the track next. Okay, rolling along with race number 6 here today. If you're here on track, that means it's the on-track pick 5, and you know there are going to be a lot of ballots in on this one here today as they try to get that $500 grand prize on that pick 5 ballot that has to be into the selling team here, the sales team, before the start of this race. A little equipment adjustment there. There's Windermere Barkley on the track right now for Mark Campbell, driving for Zachary Mullins here today. Cole and Zachary and Ross Mullins of Inverness, Nova Scotia. And they have the ownership team on this 2-year-old colt by Somewhere Fancy coming into action here this afternoon at 5-2. I put this colt on top, off post position and off Campbell. Hard to go against either one. And this colt's been on the road a little bit too, but coming in here today with his 2-year-old colts, Atlantic Breeders' Crown Consolation, they go for a purse of $10,000. 5-2 choice right now on the 2, Windermere Barkley. Okay, working the 6th here this afternoon. There's Chicane coming into action here for you, at least from post 3 today. Gilles Barrio in the bike for Morgan Shepherd. He's got a busy afternoon here, Morgan does. sending out several horses. Walter Deagle of Inverness, Nova Scotia, is the owner. So Shepherd sending out, gets Barrio to do the driving here this afternoon. Also getting some good service here at 5-2 right now on this 2-year-old colt by Blood Money. And coming into action, 6 for 10 in top threes. Been in the top 3 in this stakes assignment, and Barrio gets in the bike here today. So good combination as they get ready to go for the 2-year-old colts consolation here this afternoon in a purse of $10K. Well, some action on the board here today and attracting some play. We have the rail sitter at 9-5 right now. That's bet on Evil. The 2, Windermere Barkley at 8-5. 3 at 5-2. The 6 also taking some money. Fire and Blood for Michael Downey today. Mike Downey in the bike. And another price horse there right now, 23-1. That's Smilin' with Lou. First leg of this on-track pick 5 could be difficult to get. We'll see. Well, my longtime friend Don McNeil tuning in today from all the way from Alberta, from out west. It's always nice to get a little piece of home, isn't it? Always nice to hear from you. Always nice to know that you're tuned in. This Thanksgiving weekend. Those of you who didn't make it home are not going to be able to make it home this weekend, but you can take us, we're portable. You can take us anywhere. Pick us up from anywhere. Countdown clock's in for race number 6. Horses are lining up in behind the Metro Home Building Center starting gate. And let's go back upstairs for the race call. Here's Vance Cameron.
And Lee, in this 6th race, the consolation for the 2-year-old Colt Pacers, they've amassed over $105,000. And they are in the consolation, all lined up. Bet on Evo, Windermere Barkley, Chicane, Smiling with Lou, O Positive, Fire and Blood, Saltwater Captain, Real Fancy Pants Outside. Here they come. The rough and pacing Windermere Barkley will get the first call into the turn. Bet on Evil along the rail in between horses. Chicane coming up now, 4th on the outside. Fire and Blood. Then to get away 5th is Smiling with Lou. 6 is O Positive. Saltwater Captain 7th. And Real Fancy Pants is 8th. They're quarter pole bound. Windermere Barkley, the lead is short-lived. Chicane and Gilberto take over top spot at the quarter pole. Windermere Barkley now 2nd. Bet on Evil 3rd. Racing from 4th. That's Fire and Blood. 5th up the rail is Smiling with Lou. O Positive around the turn is 6th, but he's fancy stepping. Then in 7th, it's Saltwater Captain trailing the field. Real Fancy Pants at 28 and 2 quarter mile, and down the stretch towards the half they come. Chicane is the leader. Windermere Barkley races from 2nd. Bet on Evil continuing to off stride on the front end. Chicane had jumped it off. He's in the safety lane, out of harm's way, off of 58 seconds flat half. Inheriting the lead was Windermere Barkley. Racing 2nd, Bet on Evil on the outside. Smiling with Lou is there 3rd. Fire and Blood 4th. Saltwater Captain 5th. Chicane will find his way back to the track in 6th. Then racing from 7th. Real Fancy Pants and O Positive. Now the trailer by 3/4. Windermere Barkley the leader. The long shot on the outside 2nd. Smiling with Lou. 2. Third at the rail, Bet on Evil. 3/4 tripped in 1:27 and 4. There goes the inquiry sign, and they're homeward bound now. Out in front, it's all Windermere Barkley. What a battle on for the deuce in here. 4 of them across the track. Windermere Barkley for Campbell. On the line, Saltwater captain. Drove up to be second. Bet on Evil third in 1:57.2. Reminder of the inquiry sign lit on the infield choke board. Retain your tickets. 6th race inquiry. Judges inquiry involving the break on 3. Chicane towards half mile.
Well, we talked about this colt in the pre-race. Windermere Barkley. Love the post position today. I love the Campbell drive here. Sent off at even money, so they're all over this guy here today. And he found some racetrack, and boy, he just walked away with it there. Of course, the breaker at the half, they'll have a look at that right now. That was Chicane, who was sent off at 3-1, one off stride there, went down into the safety lane. But 28 and 2, 58, 127 and 4. They're going to stop the timer here in 1:57 and 2. Flying late on the end of it was Saltwater captain to get the deuce. And Bet on Evil was able to hold on for third there as well. 2, 7, 1, and 6. That's unofficial. We'll see the winning connections next in the Crown Rust Proofing Winner Circle.
Well, Mark Campbell may be the talk of Inverness, Nova Scotia. That's his second Inverness winner on this Saturday here in Charlottetown, and he is Windermere Barkley. Bay facing Colt 2 by Somewhere Fancy. Off the astronomical dam, Windermere Nancy. Owned by Cole, Zach, and Ross Mullins of Inverness, Nova Scotia. Bred by Windermere Farms of Springvale. Trained by Zach Mullins. Mark Campbell got the call today, and he'll guide the colt to a new facing record of 1:57 and 2. Windermere Barkley in the Atlantic Breeders' Crown consolation for 2-year-old colt pacers.
Here's a look at the judges' inquiry here for you. The Maritime Provinces Harness Racing Commission will have a look. There's a 3, just going off stride there on their way to the half. Barrio did a great job of getting down into that safety lane. And that's what the judges' inquiry, that's what they're looking at right now.
This race replay is brought to you by Racetrack Print and Graphic. Here they come, and it's Racetrack for the win with exceptional print products, exceptional graphic design services, and exceptional value. Racetrack Print and Graphics, 902-892-7719.
Now the results of the six-race inquiry. Shakan made the break on his own towards the half mile, put in the safety lane out of harm's way, and there ended up being no violations and no placings required. Here's the official results in the six. Bet on Evil third, Windermere Barkley the winner, Shakan seventh, Smiling with Lou was fifth, O Positive finished eighth, Fire and Blood fourth, Saltwater Captain was second, Real Fancy Pants sixth. They went 28 and 2, 58, 127 and 4, and the mile 157 and 2. In review, 317, 584, 26. Windermere Barkley 420. The exactor 536.60. The triactor 632.80, and the superfecta 506.37. Seventh race on the track for Post Parade. Number 1, Skip Across. Over Tara Harper, Ryan Wilkie, and Stanley Harper Jr. Stanley does the training, driven by Jason Hughes. Heather's Pet, number 2, Neil Bambrick of Charlottetown, owns and trains. Note the driver change to Adam Murner. Adam Murner on 2, Heather's Pet. You Bet I'm a Good One, number 3, owned by Jeff Lilly, Blair McLaughlin, and Mark Gallant. Jacob Sweet trains and drives. 4, J.J. Kinley, owned by Darla J. of Charlottetown, trained and driven by Von Doyle. Royals Alley, number 5, owned by Barbie Affleck of Cornwall and Dina Clow of New Haven. Dina does the training and driven by Brett Clow. Sigali, number 6, is owned by the Sigali 6 Stable of Charlottetown, trained by Philip Kelly. Corey McPherson drives. 4 minutes to post time. Back down to Lee Drake at the HBI broadcast desk with the race day recap presented by Metro Home Building Center.
All right, thanks very much, Vance. Let's have a look at it for you in case you missed the first half of the program here. Let's roll it through for you. We'll bring you up on race number 1. We talked about a couple big winners out of Inverness today. Well, here comes the first one here. It was Nevaeh Divine getting up for Mark Campbell and trainer Morgan Shepard. They came first up in this one and get through in a deep stretch here. 25.40 on the nose to get it rolling. 6-4-1 combination on that triactor. Paid out at 261.30 as the 6-4-1-2 was combination to get it open on this Saturday afternoon. Let's swing over to race number 2 now. It was the Atlantic Classic sale, trackside presentation. What a big sale it was, too. And off the rail here today was EA Moneymaker. Little give and go off the top there. Murphy gets up in the stretch to get it done. Sent off at 1-9 odds here. They get up to get it going at 28-1, 57-1, 126-2. They stop the timer in a splashy 156 flat here to get up for the third win of the campaign. The exactor 420, a triactor there at 1280, and the superfecta just $3. Over to race number 3 we go here on this Saturday afternoon. It was the 2-year-old fillies and their consolation here today. It was a great race as well. First up move here by Al Mak da Money with Gilles Barrio. They get up at 6-5 choice here, and they get up to get it done here in the consolation here this afternoon. They're going to stop the timer in 157-4. The 3, 6, 5, and 8 combination there in that superfecta returned 118.77. Over to race number 4 now. It was the Oliver and Sarah Polton Memorial, and it was Moonlight. And Kenny Arsenault getting up in deep stretch here, as you can see them on the outside here. Had a great trip, second over there. Nice and patient drive from Kenny Arsenault. And once this colt was able to get the racetrack, they come home 880 on the nose here. Gets that first lifetime win here this afternoon. 6, 3, 1, and 5 was the combination there. $270. $270 for the $2 triactor combination of 6, 3, and 1. Now over to race number 5. It was the Super High 5, the McPhee Memorial here today. And there you have it coming through the stretch. Sensational Gal sent off at 4-5 odds. It was a little give and go in this one as well. Makes it back-to-back victories from the Nick Oakes stable here, and JD Racing out of Cornwall comes up for the third win of the campaign. They stop it here today, and that 1, 2, 5, and 7 was the combination on the Super High 5 here today, 264.37. And we just saw the 6th race. It was the kickoff of the on-track pick 5 here today. And again, a nice drive here with another winner out of Inverness. This is Windermere Barkley and Campbell getting it up here in Deeps Drive. They get it all done here. They're going to stop the top in 157-2. That's a new record there today. And the 271 triactor combination. How about this one? 632.80. There's a look at the race day recap presented by Metro Home Building Center. Okay, countdown clock is in here for race number 7. Good-looking field of 6. We'll have a trackside presentation here from the PEI Standard Horse Owners Association following this, as they line up in behind the Metro Home Building Center starting gate for the 7th. Here's Vance Cameron with the call.
Skip across, Heather's Pet, You Bet I'm a Good One, J.J. Kinley, Royals Alley, and Sigali, top of the stretch. Now approaching a start. The rough and pacing Sigali and You Bet I'm a Good One leave out. Heather's Pet is third. Fourth into the turn is J.J. Kinley. Away fifth, Royals Alley. Off stride at the back. Skip across, jumps it off early as they swing by the 8th pole. Here comes Sigali to front the field for Corey McPherson. You Bet I'm a Good One is second. Right up into third is Heather's Pet. Well back in fourth. In the early going is J.J. Kinley. Royals Alley is fifth. And in the backfield, that Skip across the trailer. They arrived at the quarter in 28-1. Sigali's on the lead as they round the top turn. You Bet I'm a Good One races from second. That's Heather's Pet. She's in third. Back to fourth is J.J. Kinley. Royals Alley has fifth. Skip across in the backfield. They're halfway home. Led by Sigali and McPherson. The 2-hole ride to You Bet I'm a Good One. Right with those leaders in third is Heather's Pet. Royals Alley is taken over fourth. Now fifth. J.J. Kinley in the backfield. Skip across. 58-2. The halfway home time. They're at the 5/8 pole. Sigali the leader. You Bet I'm a Good One second. Heather's Pet third. Royals Alley has got herself into contention. Now racing fourth. J.J. Kinley is fifth. Skip across in the backfield with a quarter of a mile left to go. Sigali is the leader. A textbook 2-hole ride for You Bet I'm a Good One. 3/4 in 1:29.4. Down to an 1/8 of a mile to go. Sigali still there. You Bet I'm a Good One second. Royals Alley is coming third. Fourth is Heather's Pet. Down the stretch they come. Sigali almost there. You Bet I'm a Good One. Royals Alley on the wire. Sigali hangs on in here. You Bet I'm a Good One second. We'll need a show photo. 2 minutes, 2/5.
All right, the Universal Media slow-mo for you in race number 7 here this afternoon. And it was, I had a ticket of a 6, 3, and 1. Now, the 1 was out of it early here, but Sigali, a tough mare, always in the mix. Short field here today, got things her own way, and a good closing kick there, too. But there's Sigali getting it up, 28-1, 58-2, rolled by the 3/4 in 1:29.4. They're going to stop the timer here, 2 minutes and 2/5. Gets up for McPherson to get that 5th win out of 20 starts this campaign. Sigali on top. It looks like a 6-3-2-5 combination. That's unofficial, of course. But the winning connections, we'll see them next in the Crown Rust Roofing Winner Circle. Well, coming back to the winner's circle, the Prince Edward Island Horse Owners Association proud to present the blanket to the winning horse. From providing group benefits to offering education, advocacy, and support for owners, trainers, grooms, and drivers, the PEI SHOA works to strengthen harness racing here at home. Committed to ensuring the future of our sport while celebrating the traditions that make PEI racing so special. So congratulations to the connections of the winners from the PEI SHOA. Vance?
And that winner is Sigali in the winner's circle. Bay Pacing Mare 8 by Shanghai Phil from the Gothic Dream Dam Dream Combination. On the Sigali 6 stable of Charlottetown and bred by Andre Crete from Warwick, Quebec. Trained by Philip Kelly, Corey McPherson driving. 2 minutes, 2/5, time for the mile. Sigali in the 7th.
Your attention, please. We can have your attention, please. We have a white Ford F-150 parked on the first turn area. It's a white Ford F-150 parked in the first turn area. Your back cover has been loose and it's now blowing in the wind, so you might want to adjust that.
Now the official results in the 7th. Skip across 6, Heather's Pet 3rd. You Bet I'm a Good One was 2nd. J.J. Kinley finished 5th. Royals Alley 4th. Sigali the race winner, 28-1, 58-2, 129-4, 2 minutes and 2/5. In review, 632, 541. Sigali paid 510. The exactor 910, triactor 3970, and the superfecta 643. Eighth race on the track. It's the Gary Scribes Polton Memorial. Number 1 is Woodmere Kennedy, owned by Mike Pollard of Stratford. Trained by Landon Campbell. Paul Langell catch drives. Outrageous Song 2, owned by Shirley Weeks of Fredericton. Trained by Jackie Matheson. Jill Burial. 3 is Galway Girl, owned by Ket McDonald, Bernard McDonald, and Jacinta Campbell. Trained by Landon Campbell. Mark Campbell up. Promise Me Later, number 4. Owned by Kingsley Walsh, Frank Balcom, and the estate of Sam Walsh. Trained and driven by David Dowling. 5 is Tribal Dancer, owned by Joseph Lewis of Sydney, Nova Scotia. Trained by Tommy Weatherby, Brody McPhee driving. 5 minutes to post time. Don't miss Atlantic Breeders' Crown Championship Sunday. Post time tomorrow at 12:30.
All right, there's how close it was. Another exciting stretch drive there. Your show ticket, your show photo, I should say, from the Maritime Provinces Harness Racing Commission. How close it was for race number 7, getting up for show with Heather's Pet, getting there for 3rd. All right, we're on the track right now. This is the Gary Scribes Polton Memorial. Boy, oh boy. I've known Gary Polton my entire life, and boy, has he ever missed on the backstretch, and just an all-round great guy. I remember going on a trip with him to the Meadowlands in New Jersey one time, and he and Rabbit McDonald, and they're both gone now. Thinking of you this afternoon for sure, and riding along here in race number 8 with a nice trackside presentation. Jeremy Pierce and I were on that trip with them as well. Get your 50-50. The pot is now over $1,200 to the winner. See Tracy, Betty, or Heather. I was able to get my ticket this afternoon as well. All right, power pack field here at 5, and it's Galway Gal we're tracking along with right now. Mark Campbell and his son Landon Campbell is the trainer today. Landon's got 2 in here. He's got the rail sitter as well. Paul Langell's going to pick up the drive on that. But Galway Girl, owned by Kent McDonald and Bernie McDonald, along with Jacinta Campbell, coming in the action here today. Great performance last time out, even though she faces a bit stiffer competition. I think it's going to be tough to deny in here, right now. And even money right now for Campbell, who's having a great day at the office here this afternoon. Well, as I mentioned, Campbell Barn sending out 2 here. There's a stablemate Woodmere Kennedy off the rail here today for Landon Campbell. And Mike Pollard of Stratford is the owner of this 4-year-old mare. I rolled with it, Harry. Woodmere Kennedy. Paul Langell gets the first-time drive on this mare here this afternoon and gets off the rail here at 6-1. That's a good value price in here as well as they get going. And last time out there, left from post 3, tracked along throughout the way, finished 3rd by 2.5, 29-2 in the end of it, at a nice mile of 56-3, and got 3 miles in the 56 range. So there's a power pack field in here. It's not going to be an easy task, that's for sure, because each one of them has a chance to get up here. But I like the Campbell stablemates in here, 1 and 3 in here, and the 1 right now, Woodmere Kennedy, at 5-1. Okay, so running out of time to get your ticket here today, the Gary Scribes Polton Memorial. There will be a trackside cooler presentation there, and a 5-horse field here today. There's a look at the 4. This is Promise Me Later, also taking some money. David Dowling training and driving today for Kingsley Walsh, Frank Balcom, and Donnie Walsh. And the ownership team here today. Great finish at this level. Last time out was second by a neck there. Left off the rail that day and had the pocket ride. 28-2 in the end of it, and they stopped the timer in a sparkling 1:55-2 here in Charlottetown. Start before that was 6th by 4, but 56-3 there, and comes into it with start number 21 of the season and gunning for 8th win of the campaign. So we'll see how it goes here this afternoon. A 3-2 choice right now on the 4. Promise Me Later. Field of 5 here. They're heading to the gate. The starter calls the horses. Countdown clock's in. Gary Scribes Bolton Memorial. In behind the Metro Home Building Center starting gate and back upstairs for the race call. Here's Vance Cameron.
You know, Lee, Gary used to call me right out of the blue every now and then. We'd have quite a conversation over the phone. He's missed here at the driving park. He was a long-time figure. And this is the Gary Scribes Bolton Memorial, lined up in the Age Woodmere Kennedy, Outrageous Song, Galway Girl, Promise Me Later, Tribal Dancer, Post Time. The rough and pacing Tribal Dancer on the outside is leaving towards the rail. Woodmere Kennedy between horses. Outrageous Song and Galway Girl. Then racing around the turn in 5th. They'll be Promise Me Later. To the backstretch they go. And Galway Girl with Mark Campbell take over the lead from their stablemate. Windermere Kennedy racing from 3rd. Outrageous Song 4th at the rail. Promise Me Later. Tribal Dancer has gone to Plan B. Backed up to trail 5th. They were at the quarter in 28-2. And movement on the front end. Here comes Woodmere Kennedy for Paul Angel to the front as they arrive at the 3/8. Galway Girl without a tussle is now settled in second. Racing Racing from third. Through the stretch they come. Outrageous Song. Promise Me Later is fourth, and the trailer fifth. That is Tribal Dancer. They're halfway home by almost a 2-length lead for Woodmere Kennedy. Galway Girl tracking second. Outrageous Song third. Promise Me Later, she's in fourth, and the trailer fifth is Tribal Dancer. 58 and 2 was the half mile. 3/8 of a mile to go. Woodmere Kennedy will take him on to 3/4. Galway Girl second. Here comes Promise Me Later on the outside third. Fourth at the rail, Outrageous Song. Then the trailer in fifth. That's Tribal Dancer. They're on by 3/4. Woodmere Kennedy got the field there in 1:28 and 1 on the outside. Promise Me Later second. In the pocket third. Galway Girl. They're turning for home now. Led by Woodmere Kennedy. Galway Girl in the passing lane. Promise Me Later on the outside third. Deep stretch now on the wire. Galway Girl at the inside to triple up Mark Campbell. Woodmere Kennedy held second. Promise Me Later third in 1:57 and 1.
Well, there's a look at the ticket. I thought maybe it would come in here today on the pre-race. I thought maybe it could be a Landon Campbell 1-2 punch, and it was here today. Great trip here. Galway Gal getting up in the final strides to get through the stretch here over stablemate Woodmere Kennedy. Finished second. As you see them getting through the stretch here today, that's back-to-back winning performances for Galway Girl. Her fifth of the campaign. Woodmere Kennedy finished second. Promise Me Later on my picket finished third, and Dowling put that mare into action here to engage the leaders past the 3/4, and she's going to get up to get the show dough as well. So 3, 1, 4, and 2 is the unofficial top 4 in the Gary Scribes Polton Memorial. And the trackside presentation coming up next in the Crown Rust Proofing Winner's Circle.
Galway Girl into the 8th race winner's circle, facing Black Mirror 4 by Shanghai Phil from the Ponderosa Dam Hazel, owned by Kent and Bernard McDonald, and Jacinta Campbell, bred by Berkey by the Bay Stables, trained by Landon Campbell. Mark Campbell, that's his third trip to the winner's circle today for the triple. Time for the mile in 1:57 and 1. Galway Girl triples up Mark Campbell in the Gary Scribes Polton Memorial with the winner's circle cooler presentation. Now the official results in the 8th. Woodmere Kennedy was second. Outrageous Song fourth. Galway Girl the race winner. Promise Me Later third. Tribal Dancer finished fifth. They went 28 and 2, 58 and 2, 128 and 1, And the mile 157 and 1. From the top, your program reads 24135. Galway Girl paid 340 to win. The Exactor 940, Triactor 1620, and the Superfactor was 478.
All right, back to Race Day Live on this Saturday afternoon here in Charlottetown. It's so great to see so many people here today, and many sponsors that are here. They started with the sale yesterday in Crapo, the Atlanta Classic sale, another record-breaking day for that. Consolation Day rolls along here nicely this afternoon. The 3-year-old fillies Consolation is going to be out on the track next for $10,000. One equipment change on the one-horse Woodmere Flojo, blind to blinkers. Player Portal, that's where you'll get all the information you need. If you're not going to use it for this afternoon, the Consolation, you should be using it for the final, the championship final for tomorrow. Post time there is 12:30 with that Player Portal. In with the picks we go here as we get another look at the Atlantic Post Calls paddock cam for you. We have a theme developing in here with the 7. That's mind, body, and soul. 761 is a combination from here. That's my call. Post-time picks with Peter McPhee. He's working his 712 angle and classifies choice at 7-2 and 6. Good looking field coming up here next for the 9th.
Ninth race this afternoon, the McRae's Baco and Trucking Atlantic Breeders' Crown Consolation for 3-year-old filly pacers. They're on parade. Number 1 is Woodmere Flojo, owned by Go With The Flow Racing of Charlottetown, trained by Jamie Smith. Adam Murner drives. 2 is Japatika, owned by Jackie Heffernan of Somerville, trained by Miles Heffernan Jr., Miles Sr. up. Number 3 is Woodmere O'Duya, owned by Claire McDonald, Fonzie McCachran, and Robert McFadgen, trained and driven by Claire McDonald. Much Too Young for You, number 4, owned by Windermere Farms, Lana Murphy and Matt Burke, trained by Earl Watts. Mark Campbell drives. Cinnamon Swirls, number 5, owned by Stacy Darrow of Stratford and Muriel McLeod of St. Charles. Stacy is the trainer. Corey McPherson driving. Lorne Valley Live, number 6, owned by Barry McLeod of Cardigan, trained by Miles Heffernan Jr. Kenny Arsenault catch drives. 7 is Mind, Body, and Soul, owned by Windermere Farms, Beryl McNeil, Sterling Buchanan, and Jack Quinn, trained by Earl Watts, driven by Paul Langell. Number 8, Windermere on the Line, owned by Windermere Farms at Springvale, trained by Earl Watts. Kenny Murphy drives. 4 minutes to 9th race post time. Stand by for a message from the Chief Public Health Office and the Department of Health and Wellness.
Life is filled with moments worth celebrating. During the festivities, it's important to remember that all alcohol use comes with risks. You have the right to know that drinking less alcohol reduces your health and social risks.
I have a lot to be healthy for.
I have the right to know.
I don't need alcohol to celebrate.
And that's why I choose to drink less.
That's why I choose to drink less.
That's why I choose to drink less.
Join us in helping others be aware of the risks. Choose to drink less, because less is best.
There's a look at the photo finish. We've had quite a few of them this afternoon, actually. That was her 4th there in race number 8 from the Maritime Provinces Harness Racing Commission. That photo finish. The 8th race. It would have been outrageous song getting up to get it over the 5 Tribal Dancer. All right, making her way out on the track here. McRae's Backhoe and Trucking, Atlantic Breeders' Crown Consolation, 3-year-old fillies in action here. They're going for a purse of $10,000. Good looking field in here today. And we just landed on the 7 right now. This is Mind, Body, and Soul coming into action here today for Windermere Farms. Beryl McNeil along with Sterling Buchanan and Jack Quinn. They have the ownership papers on this 3-year-old filly by Malicious, and Earl Watts, who's had a great season here once again. He's the trainer. Paul Langell will do the driving here this afternoon. Not a fan of the post in here, but I think she'll overcome that. Her lines are solid in the 55 range, and I think she'll be sent off, of course, as the favorite, but not only that, she'll be in play earlier, if not calling the shots even from post 7 here this afternoon. So really like a Mind, Body, and Soul in here. Paul Langell, they're getting the call 3-2 right now on their ticket, and a field of 8. We'll track along with the rail sitter in just a minute here. Blind to blinkers is the equipment change on Woodmere Flojo. But there's the 6 scoring down right now. Always like to see the horses scoring down. Lorne Valley Live. Kenny Arsenault gets the call today to do the driving from Miles from the Heffernan stable here today. And Barry McLeod of Cardigan. So coming into mix here this afternoon, and has to work it from post 6 here today. Heffermans have 2 entries in here. Miles will drive the 2 and gets one of the winningest drivers in the Maritimes with Arsenault here. So they'll try to work out a trip here this afternoon and try to get a piece of this consolation for the 3-year-old fillies. All right, there's a look at the rail sitter here in Woodmere Flojo. And trainer Jamie Smith with an equipment change there. Blind to blinkers here today. Go with the flow racing out of Charlottetown. Adam Murner gets called to do the driving here this afternoon as he gets the rail in this $10,000 consolation event here today. Not really sure what happened in the Lady Slipper. Looked good off the wings there in Summerside. Faded a little bit through the stretch. Those things happen. Gets back in the action here today and gets the rail. Good price, 6-5. Nice to see and talk to so many people here today on track, but it's also nice to hear from those that are tuned in this afternoon, like trainer driver Terry Gallant of Summerside, tuning in from Ontario today. Terry, nice to hear from you. Some great memories I've had with you with Governor's Plate, winning performances over through the years. Terry's been part of a lot of these great weekends, watching it on the race day broadcast today. And it is nice here today, Terry. Temperatures in around 14. Wind did pick up a little bit, though, today, too. Boys, the Metro Home Building Center starting gate looks great on the screen. All cleaned up, sparkling. Countdown clock's in for the 9th. Horses are lining up. Let's go back upstairs for the race call. Here's Vance Cameron.
In the consolation lead, the fillies have around 160,000 all combined here for the consolation of the Breeders' Crown. Can't wait for the championship Sunday. It's going to happen here tomorrow at 12:30. But this is Saturday, and it's Consolation Saturday. The 3-year-old filly Pacers line up for 10 grand. 9th race post time. Up and pacing, Japatika leaving out. Much too young for you to her outside and at the rail. Woodmere Flo Joe is there third. Way out there. Mind, body, and soul is coming forth. Showtime here at Charlottetown. Japatika makes front, going off stride. That was Mind, Body, and Soul. Woodmere Flo Joe at the rail second, racing third. That is Woodmere Oduya, caught out in fourth. Much too young for you. There's no friends when you're going for 10 grand. Up the inside fifth. That's Lorne Valley Live. Cinnamon Swirl sixth. Then in seventh, Windermere on the line. And in the backfield, Mind, Body, and Soul, the trailer, 28 and 4. Open this one up. Japatika out in front for Miles Everton Sr. as they arrive at the half. Second at the rail, Woodmere Flo Joe. Much too young for you. Will lay on the outside third. Woodmere Oduya's on the cones fourth. Lorne Valley Live. She's tipped out from fifth. Cinnamon Swirl sixth. Then in seventh. That is Windermere on the line. And the trailer Mind, Body, and Soul, 58 and 2 was the opening half mile. They're on route to 3/4. Japatika the leader. Woodmere Flo Joe can't find a way out right now. 3 wide and coming third. Lorne Valley Live in between horses. That is Much Too Young for You. 3/4 completed in 1:28 and 3. Lorne Valley Live strikes the lead now for Kenny Arsenault. 1/8 of a mile left to go. Japatika is second. Woodmere Flo Joe crying, and I mean crying for a way out here. Deep stretch now on the wire in the Atlantic Breeders' Crown Consolation. 3-year-old filly Pacers. Vintage Kenny Arsenault. Lorne Valley Live gets it all. Up the inside second, Woodmere Flo Joe. Tight for third, 1:58. Bullet.
Well, I did have a ticket in here of 7, 6, and 1. The 7 was out of it earlier on their way to the backstretch, and I thought, okay, well, Kenny Arsenault, you know, knowing Kenny with over 3,000 career victories, he knows how to get it done. It's patience, patience, patience. And boy, when they tip Lorne Valley Live there down the backstretch, and there she gets up through the stretch here to get it done here this afternoon, 29:30 on the nose. Kenny Arsenault with the 6 on top here today. Able to get out late was Woodmere Flo Joe to get up for second here today. It looks like a 6-1-4-2 combination unofficially in the 3-year-old fillies consolation. We'll see them in the Crown Rust Roofing Winter Circle next.
Now arriving at the ninth race winner's circle, 6, Lorne Valley Live. They facing Philly 3. By Tobago Caves off the Pro Bono Backstam, J.J. Tackor, a homebred of Barry McLeod of Cardigan, trained by Miles Heffernan Jr. Kenny Arsenault. Read a story on Mr. Arsenault where he said he was only going to drive his own horses, but the odd time, folks, he picks up a catch drive, and there's the result. It's an appearance in the winner's circle. Vintage Kenny Arsenault, ladies and gentlemen. Lorne Valley Live in the Atlantic Breeders' Crown Consolation. 3-year-old filly facers, 158 flat. Now, the official results in the ninth race, Woodmere Flojo was second, Japatika fourth, Woodmere Oduya sixth, Much Too Young for You third, Cinnamon Swirls fifth. Lorne Valley Live, the race winner. Mind, Body, and Soul finished eighth. Windermere on the Line was seventh. They went 28 and 4, 58 and 2, 128 and 3, and the mile in 158. From the top, your program reads 246 351 87. Lorne Valley Live paid $29.30 on the nose. The exactor 206.10, the triactor 805.10, and the superfecta 416.74.
Okay, Race Day Live continues here in Charlottetown. What are that combination? 6, 1, and 4. Okay, 6, 1, 4 in the last race there. That triactor, $805.10. Congratulations for those of you who might have headed on track today or wherever you may be watching the broadcast from here today. Nice to have you tuned in. We're coming up next in race number 10 as we get along on this Saturday afternoon. The banquet comes after that. Of course, the food and beverage team here at Red Shores, we're ready to flip the dining room and get it ready for another packed house here tonight, and the breakfast tomorrow morning as well at 9 a.m. and then a championship Sunday. Don't miss the late pick 4. It's a good sequence here, and we're going to going here in the last 4 races of the program, so that would be 11, 12, 13, 14 this afternoon, and your late pick 4, that $1,000 guarantee pool. Let's bring in this, the picks here this afternoon and have a look at the Atlantic Canada Postcalls paddock cam as well here today. 2, 3, and 6 is the combo that I'm going with here. 2, 3, 5 with post time picks and classifier's choice at 2, 6, and 3. We'll greet the horses next.
The 10th race is sponsored by the PEI Harness Racing Industry Association on Post Parade, Elm Grove, Nancy number 1. Owned by Tyler Neal of Winslow, trained by Darrell Neal, and driven by Kenny Murphy. The Real Princess 2 is owned by Dr. Mitch Downey of St. John, New Brunswick, trained by Ellen Stevenson. Mike Downey drives. 3 Woodmere Lizzie, owned by John McGilvery and Albert McGilvery, trained by David O'Brien. Ryan DeRoche catch drives. Rosie All Over number 4, Corey McPherson driving for owner-trainer Carson Wilkie, Stratford. 5 Stealing Bases, owned by Jack Matheson of Charlottetown, trained by Jackie Matheson, David Dowling. Number 6, Miss Maddie P., owned by Lance Jones, Donnie McFadden, Sean McAdam, and Todd Walsh. Todd does the training. The drive goes to Jason Hughes. 5 minutes to post time. Red Shores is proud to partner with RCS Construction, a trusted general contractor in Atlantic Canada.
We'd like to thank RCS Construction for their continued support. Boldly shaping construction, one relationship at a time. I like that. I mentioned that late pick 4 sequence. That's going to be tricky here today, too. Some good wagers on the program, some nice tickets today, too. A few surprises here and there. A few of the favorites delivered, few of them didn't. That's horse racing. That's why we love it so much. Under 4 to go here in race number 10. We landed on the Real Princess now. Mike Downey driving today for Ellen Stevenson. Dr. Mitch Downey, St. John, New Brunswick. Just great memories over the years. She's now 6 years old. Such a stakes superstar in her day. 50% of her starts in the top 3, clocking 56 and 3, and only beat by half a length when she laid down all the fractions. So going to be the one to chase here this afternoon. Got a good starting point on the gate here today too. The Real Princess, 1 to 9. Okay, so field of 6 here in race number 10, the PEI Harness Racing Industry Association and a trackside cooler presentation. They're a proud sponsor of Atlantic Breeders' Crown Weekend, the weekend champions. This is Woodmere Lizzie on track right now for Ryan DeRoche, and coming into action here today with Jack McGilvery and Albert McGilvery. David O'Brien is the trainer, and David and I go way back. I remember when David was with Jackie Bernard, and Lindsay and I were doing some cleanup in around the barn there, and he was always top-notch then, top-notch today. Runs a great stable and back in training here today. I think this mare here has a shot in here, too. Coming off it, prime spot today, a little class relief, pretty consistent around 57 and change. I think it should be a factor here this afternoon as Ryan picks up the drive here this afternoon as well in race number 10. Under 2 to go. All right, there's the call to post. The horses are getting ready to go to the starting gate here shortly on race number 10 on this Saturday afternoon. There's a track along with Miss Maddie P here for Jason the Blue Knight Hughes in action. Trainer Todd Walsh today and his ownership team with Lance Jones and Donnie McFadgen, Sean McAdam getting into work here today. I think that, really is one of those stories on this mare as well. It's been up in class a little bit here. Has to work it from post 6 this afternoon, gets a value price, but you know what? They've been showing up here today, those prices and those trips. I just think that could be a possibility here this afternoon as well for Miss Maddie P. All right, horses getting ready to go to the gate here on the 10th this afternoon. I'd like to send along birthday wishes. The daughter Laurel. Laurel Drake celebrated her 21st birthday yesterday. So happy birthday, Laurel. Former Gold Cup ambassador. Works with the Matheson stable. Helps paddock some horses there as well. Home for the holidays for Thanksgiving weekend, so happy birthday wishes from all of us. Even little Chester getting into the mix. Can't forget Essex as well. Countdown clock's in for race 10. The Metro Home Building Center starting gate. Scotty McKendrick at the wheel. Send it back upstairs for the race call. Here's Vance Cameron.
Elm Grove Nancy, the real princess, Woodmere Lizzie, Rosie all over, stealing bases, Miss Maddie P. They're at the top of the stretch. All lined up and approaching a start. Off and facing, leaving out the real princess alongside Woodmere Lizzie. Third into the turn, going to the opening. Eighth pole is Rosie all over. Elm Grove Nancy's away fourth. Then in fifth, stealing bases and the trailer, Ms. Maddie P. On the backstretch for time one, the real princess and the veteran Mike Downey on the engine, almost by two. Woodmere Lizzie got away second. Rosie all over's in third. That's Elm Grove Nancy fourth. Stealing bases goes fifth. Then the sixth one, Ms. Maddie P. 28 and 4 opened it up. They're in straight alignment around the top turn, and they're all chasing the real princess. The 1-9 Chalk is the leader. Two-hole ride to Woodmere Lizzie racing from third. That's Rosie all over. Elm Grove Nancy continues fourth. Stealing bases fifth. On the outside sixth, Miss Maddie P is underway at the back. Halfway home led by the real princess, and she's there in 59 and 1. Racing from second, Woodmere Lizzie. Ms. Maddie P coming quickly on the outside. Stealing bases underway. She takes over fourth. Up on the outside there. Racing from fifth is Rosie all over. And now the trailer. That is Elm Grove Nancy. They arrive at three-quarters. The real princess getting them there. Dropping in second. That's Ms. Maddie P. On the outside third is stealing bases. Three-quarters up in 1. 28 and 4 around the top turn. Final time, 1/8 of a mile out. The Real Princess looking to close it out. She's clear by 2. Second, Miss Maddie P. They battle on for third. Rosie all over on the far outside, closes up late. The Real Princess takes Mike Downey all the way. Second, Miss Maddie P. Rosie all over rallied in third in 1:57.3.
All right, have a look at the stretch dive for you here this afternoon. The Universal Media slow-mo for you, and it was the veteran Mike Downey put the Real Princess right on the point, called all the shots here today. I sent off at 1-9, 28 and 4, 59 and 1. They flashed by the three quarters at 128 and 4, and they're going to stop the clock here at 157 and 3. I like Miss Maddie P and her chances in her today. Hughes put her into play on their way to the half. They rallied up to finish second, and flying on the end of it was Rosie all over to finish third there. So a 2-6-4-3 unofficially in race number 10. We'll see the winning connections next in the Crown Rust Roofing Winner Circle.
The Real Princess arriving at the Crown Rust Protection Winners Circle here in race number 10. Bay Pacing Mare 6 by Source of Pride. From the Art Major Dam, Devilishly Good. Home of Dr. Mitch Downey of St. John, New Brunswick. Bred by Blaine Tebow of Kensington. Trained by Ellen Stevenson. Mike Downey will guide the mare to her 30th lifetime victory today. The mile 157.3. The Real Princess in the 10th at trackside. The PEI Harness Racing Industry Association has the Winner's Circle Cooler presentation. Here's the official results in race 10. Elm Grove Nancy 5th. The Real Princess, the race winner. Woodmere Lizzie 4th. Rosie All Over finished 3rd. Stealing Bases was 6th. Ms. Maddie P finished 2nd. They went 28 and 4, 59 and 1, 128 and 4, and the mile 157 and 3. In review 514-362. The Real Princess paid $220, the Exactor $950, Triactor $2840, and the Superfecta $769.
So Saturday afternoon rolls along here in Charlottetown with Race Day Live, and it's Lee Drake from the HPI broadcast desk. Vance Cameron in the booth. We'll take you through in the late pick fours. We get the sequence rolling here in just a few minutes, and it's not going to be an easy one to pick, or at least I don't think it will be. But anyway, we'll see. Never doubt you, the great customers, and picking out some good winners here this afternoon. Let's roll in the Premier's Cup. It's coming your way tomorrow. It's going to close out the afternoon on a 16 program for $50,000. And the road to the Premier's Cup, well, we've been following it all season, but Mickey Shan, who won the Governor's Plate, who won the Gold Cup, who won the big race for the Islanders race there last week, has drawn the rail for Corey McPherson. Better than spring, Miles Heffernan leaves from post 2, Twin B Tough Enough's 3, with Gilles Barrio, then Salzbrook Ian, B2B, Nothing But Finesse, Nothing Bugs Me, and House Hedge Hanover from post 8. That's the Premier's Cup final tomorrow here. We get it all rolling at 12:30 post time. There's a look at the picks here. 2, 9, and 7 is the call from here. Post time picks 2, 3, and 7, and classifier's choice 9, 3, and 2.
The afternoon's 11th race on Post Parade. 1, Roll Your Coin is scratch. Number 2, DJ Mustang, owned by Brady Doyle of Stratford and Dan Belleville of Halifax, Nova Scotia. Trained by Landon Campbell. Mark Campbell driving. Gascoigne AC, number 3, owned by Murray McDonald of Belfast. Trained by Tammy Collins. Paul Langell drives. Mr. William Fours, owned by Suzanne McKeegan and Mike James. Trained by Blaine McKenna. Corey McPherson up. 5 is Woodmere Sinatra, owned by Jeff and Bob Skinner and Daniel Hiltz of Nova Scotia, trained by Jennifer Doyle, driven by David Dowling. Friar Voltaire 6, owned by Eric and Luke Munch, Douglas Molyneux and Basil Hunter, trained by Basil Hunter and driven by Brady Sweet. No Mo Fear, number 7, owned by Paul Doyle and Darla J. of Charlottetown. Paul is the trainer, driven by Adam Murner. 8 is Dr. Grenfell, owned by Milton Young of Paradise, Newfoundland, trained by Nick Oakes, Gilles Barrio. 9 is Geisha's Treasure, owned by Blaze Rogerson of Trackety Cross, trained by Brendan Mullen. Jason Hughes drives at 4 minutes. 2 post time. Follow the Red Shores official social media platforms on Facebook, X, and Instagram to get the most accurate, up-to-date information on racing, casinos, and restaurants.
That's right, and Stephanie Mitchell does a great job of that from our marketing team here and gets those socials updated on a regular basis. And as Vance said, if you're looking for the valuable and accurate information, that's where you get it. So we'll keep you updated on everything that's happening at both our locations and our big racing weekends and everything else that goes with it. So working on the race 11 here this afternoon. It's the start of the late pick 4 here for you. Exacta Superfecta tractor wagering. Late pick 4 is the guaranteed pool of $1,000, and you can also take your ticket here on track with the Wild Horses. A few of those winners over the last couple of weeks. DJ Mustang. Well, the Campbell barn is having another great day here today. Mark Campbell doing the driving. His son Landon is the trainer for Brady Doyle of Stratford and Ben Bellevaux out of Halifax and Nova Scotia. So coming into mix here today, I think they get another shot to get to the winner's circle. Their Crown Rust Roofing winner's circle here this afternoon. It was coming out of post 2 here today. Kicks off that late pick 4, as I said, and there's other options in this horse or even the 9, but I'm leaving off my ticket with the Campbell barn, who's been so hot lately. Hard to leave them off the ticket. So that's where we're going to lane. That's where we're going to kick off our sequence on the late pick 4. What's yours?
Now time to check your 50-50 draw tickets, today valued at $1,315. The winning number will be B2288790. Today's 50-50 winning number for $1,315, B2288790. Good luck.
Well, it wasn't my winning ticket. It was close. Close only counts for horseshoes. Anyway, give it a try tomorrow. So the 1 is scratched here in race number 11. Roll your coin. Will not start today. And there's a look at the 9. Jesus Treasure here for Jason Hughes and Brendan Mullen. Blaze Rogerson of Trackety Cross. They'll have to leave from the back tier here. Right now sporting 11-1. I think really the 1 and the 2 should be leaving hard. So I think this guy gets right in the mix here. He's a winner by 4 3/4 and a brisk closer there in the last start out there. 28-1. Stopped the timer in 55 flat. David Dowling in the bike that day. So Jason Hughes gets called to do the driving here today and has to maneuver from that back tier at 12-1. So that's a value price for sure. We'll see how they can work it out here. I should say the 2 and the 3 can leave because the 1's out. There's a look at No Mo Fear here for Adam Murner and Paul Doyle, who shares the ownership with Darla J. And they have to work from post 7 here this afternoon, getting 4-1 service right now. I just really like the fact how this colt can finish his miles here. You know, 27-3, 27-2, 28-4. So they're going to have to work it. And that's with a couple of starts from the 7 hole, as you can see. So not really scared of the 7 hole, that's for sure. 4 wins in the campaigns, 4 seconds and 2/3. So see if they can rally in here to get up part of this ticket here today on race number 11. Odds just changed 6-5. So you see the Metro Home Building Center starting gate rolling in a position for race number 11. They'll have the field in a minute.
The 11th race on their way to the starting gate. Scratched down to a field of 8 with the 1 entry Roll Your Coin scratched. Everybody moving in a spot that's on the gate. We got a trailer here in the 11th. They're lining up. DJ Mustang, Gascoigne AC, Mr. William, Woodmere Sinatra, Friar Voltaire, No Mo Fear, Dr. Grenville. It's the Frontier. We have a trailer this time around. Geisha's Treasure. It's the 11th. Now at the top of the stretch. Here they come. And Away they go. Up and facing Friar Voltaire is coming from the outside. DJ Mustang along the rail between them. Gascoigne AC third, fourth towards the rail, Geisha's Treasure. Then away in fifth. That's Mr. Williams. Sixth at the rail, Woodmere Sinatra. No More Fear is seventh, and the trailer, that is Dr. Grenfell. Along the backstretch, straight alignment in the early going. Friar Voltaire made the lead. In line to Brady Sweet at long odds. Racing from second, DJ Mustang. Gascoigne AC third. Then in fourth, Geisha's Treasure. Mr. William goes fifth. He's followed then by Woodmere Sinatra sixth. No More Fear seventh. Dr. Grenfell eighth. They went 28. And one to open it up. We have a long shot leader in here as they arrive at the half mile, and that leader is Friar Voltaire. Racing from second is DJ Mustang. Then in third, Gascoigne AC, Geisha's Treasure along the rail fourth. Backfield in motion now. On the outside fifth, that is Woodmere Sinatra. Now flushing the cover of Gascoigne AC off of 57. And 3/2 mile. They go to 3/4, led by Friar Voltaire. Second, DJ Mustang. On the outside third, Gascoigne AC. Woodmere Sinatra takes over fourth. Geisha's Treasure now with nowhere to go fifth. No More Fear takes over sixth. Mr. William back to seventh. And Dr. Grenfell on the outside eighth. The 3/4 in 1:27 and 2. Down to an eighth of a mile left to go. Friar Voltaire looking to upset them here. Turning for home. DJ Mustang is second. Geisha's Treasure coming late at the rail. On the wire next. Friar Voltaire, Geisha's Treasure. Friar Voltaire and Geisha's Treasure land on the wire together. Picture time in 1:56.4.
All right, the Universal Media slow-mo for you in race number 11. We thought it was going to be tough here in the late pick 4 sequence, and we thought maybe the 9 would get the trip here this afternoon. Certainly did. So did the 2, but look at the 6 coming in here. What a trip here today for Friar Voltaire and Brady Sweet. They're getting through the stretch here. 1:56 in Flora. The photo sign is up. It looks like it's 9, 6, 2, and 7, though. As the 9 might get up here in the final strides to nail it here on that late pick 4 sequence.
In that win photo, it is the 9, Geisha's Treasure, now arriving at the Crown Rush Protection Winners Circle. Geisha's Treasure, bay-facing gelding 4 by State Treasurer from the Sports Writer Dem. Southwind Geisha, owned by Blaze Rogers in the Trackety Cross. bred by Limco and Vic Putty of Ontario, trained by Brendan Mullen. The Blue Knight, Jason Hughes, has guided him to victory in 156 and 4. Geish's Treasure in the 11th. Here's the official results from race 11. Roll Your Coin was scratched. DJ Mustang, third. Gascoigne AC was seventh. Mr. William finished eighth. Woodmere Sinatra was fifth. Friar Voltaire finished second. No Mo Fear was fourth. Dr. Grenfell was sixth. Geish's Treasure, the race winner. The fractions went 28 and 1, 57 and 3, 127 and 2, and the mile 156 and 4. In review, scratch 37, 852, 461. Geish's Treasure $16. The exactor $355.70. The triactor $796.40. And the superfecta $282.46.
Well, we talk about big weekends and big events. Well, our Park After Dark events also. That we have a big schedule for them coming up, and a lot of great events that are coming here. So make sure you go to Redshores.ca, take a look at some of the events that we have booked that are coming up on the schedule under our promo page, and also you can follow us on our social media platforms on Facebook, Instagram, and X as well. Rolling the picks here for race number 12 here this afternoon, and we'll get a look at them. And there's a look at the paddock cam with Atlantic Post calls as well. 2-3-4 is the call from here. Post time picks a 2-3-6 and a 3-4-2 combination with the classifier's choice.
The 12th race is the McRae's Backhoe and Trucking Atlantic Breeders' Crown Consolation for 3-year-old facing Colts and Geldings, Abiding Art 1. Owned by Jack and Brendan Melanson of Stanley Bridge, trained by Kenny Arsenault, Jason Hughes drives. 2 is Big Pond Cash, owned by Ryan and Everett McLeod of Surrey, trained by Landon Campbell, Mark Campbell aboard. Don't Come Looking 3, owned by Harold, Ariane, and Angelique Duguay of Pabos, Quebec, trained by Chris Davies, Kenny Murphy up. 4, Jackie Pang, owned by Ian McKinnon of Glace Bay and Joel LeBlanc of Victoria Mines, Nova Scotia, Corey McPherson trains and drives. 5 is Filthy Phil. Redmond Doucette of Inverness, Nova Scotia is the owner and the driver. Lennon McIsaac trains. Like a King, number 6, owned by Jennifer Ritchie of Kingston, New Brunswick, trained and driven by David Dowling. 7 Onions to Go has been excused from the post parade, but will start. 8 is Chromed Up, owned by Mark Glenn and Craig Arsenault of Summerside, trained by Chris McKay. Paul Langell driving at 3 minutes to post time. Back to Lee Drake with the new Ultimate Guest Experience package.
Yeah, there it is right there, and it is one great package with one great price, $35.95. Thursdays in the top of the park. This swings into our new sequence when we get into October, and because there's no Sunday afternoons in November or December, but October, we'll do this great Ultimate Guest Experience package. Thursday night starts on the 16th. All you care to eat buffet, $10 casino free play coupon, the live racing action, of course, the $5 wagering coupon. And each package booking will also receive a ballot for a chance to win tickets to the Jingle and Mingle event. So $35.95 is the price, all one price. Booking is underway now through the top of the park. Okay, so back in the track we go here for race number 12 this afternoon. McRae's Backhoe and Trucking, Atlantic Breeders' Crown Consolation, 3-year-old colts in action here for $10,000. And we're landing on the even money choice right now. This is Big Bond Cash, getting ready to score down here for Mark Campbell today, trainer Landon Campbell, and the ownership team of Ryan and Everett McLeod of Surrey. They've spent many times in the winner's circle and got a good shot in here to get it done this afternoon as well, coming into the mix here. Left 5 last time out there. Finished 5th, raced home in 28 seconds flat, 56-3. Great mile there. He gets a piece of it there, but I think going to get a bigger piece of it, a bigger share of it here this afternoon. One of those races where the box play probably the safest. We'll see. Campbell already with 3 wins on the program. So the 3-year-old colts in action here for race number 12. We move along on this Saturday afternoon with Don't Come Looking right now. Kenny Murphy and Chris Davies, they're going to team up here as they get into the action here. 11-1 is a good price on this 3-year-old right now. It's getting into action again. Last time out there was 3rd, 28-3. Only missed by 2.5 in that event. 56-3. David Dowling did the driving in that day. Kenny Murphy was in the bike a couple of starts prior to that. So Murphy back in the bike here this afternoon. It's the call it from post 3 here today at 11-1. Lots of different combinations in here with the classifier's choice of 3, 4, and 2. Post time picks 2, 3, and 6. A couple of different angles. There's a look at the 4. This is Jackie Pang getting ready to go to the gate from the Corey McPherson stable. Corey will do the driving here today for Ian McKinnon of Glace Bay and Joel LeBlanc, Victoria Mines, Nova Scotia. Tracking along the action here this afternoon. Nice to have you tuned in. Starter calls the horses race 12. Countdown clock's in. The horses are rolling into the Metro Home Building Center starting gate. Good looking field of 8. Let's go back upstairs for the call. Here's Vance Cameron.
Abiding Art, Big Pond Cash, Don't Come Looking, Jackie Pang, Filthy Phil, Like a King, Onions to Go, Chromed Up, top of the stretch. Here they come. Off and pacing, Abiding Art at the rail, the first one out. Second to the turn is Big Pond Cash. Racing from third to their outside comes Filthy Phil. Then in fourth at the rail, Don't Come Looking. Away in fifth as they swing by the eighth pole is Like a King. Sixth towards the inside is Jackie Pang. Racing from seventh, Onions to Go. And the trailer chromed up along the backstretch. And Don't Come Looking had some problems, and Murphy put him in the safety lane. Out of harm's way, they're by the quarter, led by Abiding Art. And the Blue Knight used 28 seconds flat, opened it up. In the two-hole is Big Pond Cash, Filthy Phil racing third. Like a King has fourth. With the leaders in fifth is Jackie Pang. Chromed Up, moving up from the outside for sixth. Onions to Go seventh. And the trailer, Don't Come Looking. They're strung out at the midway point, led by Abiding Art. Racing from second is Big Pond Cash. All alone in third, Filthy Phil, 56. And to read, the Blue Knight sits up in here aboard. Abiding Art will take him to the back stretch. Second is Big Pond Cash, dropping back third, Filthy Phil. Moving up fourth is Jackie Pang. Like a King fifth, and the outside six is Chromed Up. Then Onions to Go, and the trailer, Don't Come Looking. The three-quarters in the books. 1:25 and 3. They round the top turn for the final time. Just an eighth of a mile out. And Abiding Art looking to take them all the way. Big Pond Cash second. Moving into third, Chromed Up. On the wire they come next. Here's Abiding Art. And the Blue Knight, Jason Hughes by open lengths. Second, that'll go to Big Pond Cash. Like a King rallied in third. What a trip. 1:54.3.
Well, there's a big trip here this afternoon. The McRae's Backhoe and Trucking Atlantic Breeders' Crown Consolation for the 3-year-old colts. They went for a purse of $10,000, and there's a look at Abiding Art coming through the stretch here, set off at 5-2 odds for the Jason Blue Knight Hughes. And the Kenny Arsenault barn here today, 28 seconds, 56-3 was the half, 125 3/4. And they're getting up here in the stretch all alone here, 154-3. They get it done here today. Big Bond Cash was second. Rallying in for third was Like a King. Right now, the combination of 1, 2, 6, and 8 is unofficial, but we'll see the winning connections next in the Crown Rust Roofing Winner Circle.
Into the 12th race winner's circle, number 1, Abiding Art, bay pacing gelding 3 by Roll With It Harry, off the Art Major Dam Ding, owned by Jack and Brendan Melanson of Stanley Bridge, bred by Christina Leckie of Baltic. Trainer Kenny Arsenault has the double. The Blue Knight Jason Hughes has the driving double today, and the horse has never been better than he just was today here in Charlottetown, pacing to a new race win record of 154-3. Abiding Art and the Blue Knight Hughes in the Atlantic Breeders' Crown Consolation 3-year-old facing colts. Now the official results in the 12th, Abiding Art, the race winner. Big Pond Cash finished second and had broken equipment. Don't Come Looking was 8th. Jackie Pang 5th. Filthy Phil was 7th. Like a King 3rd. Onions to Go was 6th. Chromed Up finished 4th, the fractions of 28, 56-3, 125-3, and the mile 154-3. In review, 128, 573, 64. Abiding Art paid $7 to win. The exactor 1630, triactor 6080, and the superfecta 5612. 13th race on the track for Post Parade, Tall Dark Latte number 1, owned by Redland Farms, of Bible Hill, Nova Scotia, trained by Tommy Weatherby, Brody McPhee driving. Lady Divine 2, owned and trained by Jennifer Doyle, of Vernon Bridge, David Dowling. Jason Hughes drives for owner-trainer Jennifer Doyle of Vernon Bridge. Number 3 is Elm Grove Mistress. For Shaken Blake, it's Kenny Murphy in the driver's seat for owner-trainer Jennifer Doyle, Vernon Bridge. 5, Miss Dutton, owned by Should Have Been on a Beach Stable of Charlottetown, trained by Chris McKay. Paul Langell drives 4 minutes to post time. And Lee, you and I come back with our selections here in race number 13 on this weekend of champions at the driving park. Results, marketing, and advertising. We thank them for their presentation of the Vance Cam here in race number 13. In the 13th, I'm on to the 5, Miss Dutton, a winner in 53 and 3, a third place finish last time around, pacing in 53 and 2. Compact field, she'll either be on the front or not far away. I'm going to go to the 2, Lady Divine for Dowling. I'll use the 3, Elm Grove Mistress, and the Blue Knight Hughes, and the 4, Shaken Blake, Kenny Murphy. 5, 2, 3, 4 from the booth. Lee, your choices.
Yeah, we're right there with you. Vance tracking along here. I'm going with the 5, leaning on Miss Dutton here, coming off that great performance there in Summerside as well. Finished third, as you said, length and a half off the winner, 28 and 1, closed it out, and 53 and 2. I like her on top here. I'm going to lean on the Doyle stable after that, going with the 2, Lady Divine, the 3, Elm Grove Mistress, then the 2, and the 4, Shaken Blake. So good-looking, power-packed field here. Some good prices on the board, too. They're not going to stand like that much longer, but there's a look at the feature picks for race number 13 this afternoon. All right, there's a look at the 1 coming back out on the track here. Tall Dark Latte. Brody McPhee driving for Tom Weatherby today in the Redland Farms, Bible Hill, Nova Scotia. As they're back on track now. Well, that track looks great today. The new rack dust application that we're using there now. Made the change after Old Home Week, and we had some fantastic miles that week as well. Power Pack field of 5. They're heading to the gate. So the Metro Home Building Center starting gate has the field for race number 13. Countdown clock's in. Back upstairs for the race call. Here's Vance Cameron.
Tall Dark Latte, Lady Divine, Elm Grove Mistress, Shaken Blake, Miss Dutton, top of the stretch. Here they come. Rough and pacing Elm Grove Mistress, the first one out. Stablemate is Lady Divine second. Tall Dark Latte around the turn got away third. Then in fourth, Shaken Blake. And the 1-9 Chalk will trail in the early going. That is Miss Dutton. They're quarter full bound, led by the veteran mare Elm Grove Mistress, in line to the Blue Knight, Jason Hughes. Lady Divine got away with the 2-hole ride. Then in third, Tall Dark Latte. Racing from fourth, that is Shaken Blake. And Miss Dutton sees them all from fifth. They went 28 seconds flat to open this one up. Arriving at the 3/8, led by Elm Grove Mistress. The 2-hole ride, Lady Divine. Then in third, Tall Dark Latte. There goes Miss Dutton to the outside to pick up fourth. Now the trailer in fifth. That is Shaken Blake. They're halfway home, led by Elm Grove Mistress by 2. Miss Dutton is underway now to take over second. Lady Divine on the rail third. Shaken Blake is taken over fourth. Now trailing fifth, Tall Dark Latte. 57 and 4 was the half mile. They go to 3/4 next. Elm Grove Mistress the leader. Here comes that 1-9 Chalk. Miss Dutton driving up to challenge. Third at the rail, that is Lady Divine. On the outside fourth, that's Shaken Blake. And trailing fifth, Tall Dark Latte. Miss Dutton's got her head in front off of 3/4 of 1, 26 and 2. Elm Grove Mistress battling back at the rail. Up into third, Shaken Blake. Lady Divine fourth, Tall Dark Latte fifth. Down the home stretch now, Miss Dutton has taken over. Second is Elm Grove Mistress. Third, Shaken Blake. Miss Dutton will deliver for Paul Angel. Elm Grove Mistress second. Shaken Blake is third. 1:54.4.
All right, here's a look at the Universal Media slow-mo for you on race number 13 this afternoon. It was Elm Grove Mistress who laid down the fractions of 28, pretty snappy to the opening quarter there, and they're on their way to the half at 57 and 4, and that's when Miss Hutton started to apply some pressure on the outside there. She just kept rolling along there, picked up past the 3/4 in 1:26 and 2, and here she is coming through the stretch here. It's going to stop the timer and win 1:54 and 4 to get it done here this afternoon for Langell and Chris McKay. They get the 5th win of the campaign here this afternoon. The 3 held on for second, and the 4, Shaken Blake, finished third there. The combination of a 5-3-4-1 unofficially. We'll see the winning connections next in the Crown Rust Roofing Winner Circle.
Here comes Miss Dutton into the Crown Rust Protection Winner's Circle from the 13th. Bay pacing mare 4 by Roll With It Harry off the Articulator Dam. Woodmere Dancing-Art, owned by Should Have Been On the Beach Stable of Charlottetown, bred by David and Mitch Turney, trained by Chris McKay, and driven to victory by Paul Langell. The miles in 1:54 and 4. Miss Dutton in the 13th. Now the official results in the 13th, Tall Dark Latte 4th, Lady Divine 5th. Elm Grove Mistress was 2nd. Shaken Blake finished 3rd. Miss Dutton the race winner. Fractions 128, 57 and 4, 126 and 2, and the mile 154 and 4. In review 452, 31. Miss Dutton paid 210. The exactor was 1170, the triactor 8570, and the superfecta 690. Fourteenth race on Post Parade, number 1, I'll Bet You, I'll Beat You, owned by Heather and George Sheen of Summerside, trained by Brendan Mullen. Jason Hughes drives. Sweet Molly 2 is owned by Claire Murphy, Darrell Murphy, Cindy McLean, and David Dowling. David trains and drives. Redland Peaches 3, Corey McPherson, training and driving for owners Mark, Rain, and Lael Ramsey of Middle Sackville, Nova Scotia. Having Fun in the Sun, number 4, owned by Thane and Jack Arsenault, Barry McLeod and Deborah Wilson, trained by Thane Arsenault, Mark Campbell. Tells Bells number 5, home with Tim Dickinson and Isaac McGuigan. Mike McGuigan trains and drives. Magical Mistress number 6. The owners are Derek Cameron, Mike May, Herman McQuaid, and Adam Murner. Adam is the trainer-driver. JM Sports Fan number 7, owned by Angus Burt, Morris McCabe, Harold Shepard, and Eva McPherson. Harold Shepard trains and drives. 8 Miss Megan Sparkle, owned and trained by Shana Toll from Clyde River, driven by Ryan DeRoche. 9 is Salisbrook Pecan, now owned by Elmer Campbell of Airdrie, Alberta, and Jackie Cooper of Stratford, trained by Ron Matheson, Brody McPhee. 4 minutes to post time. Lee and I will be co-hosting the Atlantic Breeders' Crown Banquet tonight, and back to Championship Sunday at 12:30 tomorrow. Now here is a review of the Super High Five.
All right, there's a look at our Super High 5 tickets as we're getting ready to go for race number 14 to close off the afternoon. I'm working on a combination off the rail here today. I'll bet you I'll beat you. Then I'm leading on the 6, Magical Mistress, over to the 2, that's Sweet Molly. Then the 5, Tells Bells, and the 8, Miss Megan Sparkle. That's the way they line up for me. 2, 1, 6, 5, and 7, Vance Cameron, and his Super High 5 ticket. We'll cycle through the field here, and we'll get you rolling for race number 14 on the late Super High 5. Certainly lots of action on that infield tote board today. Lots of business today, too. We appreciate your business, each and every one, wherever you're maybe, whether you're here on track or off track. We do appreciate that. Well, looks like we got a minor delay here with the 2 off track right now. So we have a minor delay for the start of the 14th. So wait for the 2 to come back on track, and once she returns, we'll be heading to the gate. All right, there comes the 2, Sweet Molly. After an equipment adjustment there, back on the track. All right, so starter Jeff McDonald calls them in. Countdown clocks counting down for race number 14. And behind the Metro Home Building Center starting gate, Vance, great working with you this afternoon. Going to be great working with you tonight as the Atlantic Breeze Crown weekend continues.
Looking forward to it, Mr. Drake. As they line up here in the finale, I'll Bet You I'll Beat You, Sweet and Molly, Redland Peaches, Having Fun in the Sun, Tells Bells, Magical Mistress, JM Sports Fan, Ms. Megan Sparkle, In Back, Salzbrook, Pika, Super High Five, Post Time. Often facing Sweet Molly leaves out, Tells Bells to her outside, and I'll Bet You I'll Beat You to her inside. Salzbrook Pika followed through to be fourth as they race the turn. Coming up fifth is JM Sports Fan. Magical Mistress in sixth. Seventh is Redland Peaches. Having Fun in the Sun is eighth. And trailing ninth, Ms. Megan Sparkle. They're three wide here in the early going. And that's Sweet Molly and Dowling quarter pole leading. Tells Bells caught on the outside up to engage the leader. Third at the rail, I'll Bet You I'll Beat You. Coming up fourth from the outside is JM Sportsman. They opened it up. Boom! Just like that, 27-3 was the quarter. Now the new leader Tells Bells. Sweet Molly gave way. Now second. JM Sportspan will be out all the way third. I'll Bet You I'll Beat You at the rail fourth. Magical Mistress has moved up fifth on the outside. Six at the rail, Salzburg Pika. Having Fun in the Sun on the outside, third over. Racing then in eighth. Around the turn of Redland Peaches. Trailing ninth, Ms. Megan Sparkle, 56 and 2 to half mile. Here's JM Sportsman parked over to three quarters. Now she's gonna clear the lead. Second is Tells Bells, Magical Mistress on the outside third. Sweet Molly comes out of fourth. Now fifth is Having Fun in the Sun. Three quarters in one. 26 and 1. What a game effort by JM Sportsman. Turning for home. Second, Magical Mistress. On the outside third is Sweet Molly. They're in deep stretch. Now, Sweet Molly on the outside gets there with Dowling. Magical Mistress second. JM Sports Fan third. 1:55.4.
All right, here's a look at the Universal Media slow-mo for you in the Super High Five to cap off the afternoon for you. And JM Sports Fan put in a great trip here today, out all the way. Harold Shepard, the veteran in the bike, trying to hang on through the stretch here. Just not going to have it here this afternoon, but a great trip just the same. Magical Mistress in the center of the racetrack, and there comes Sweet Molly on the outside for Dowling here today. He's going to get up in deep stretch to get it all here today. Fifth win of the campaign for Sweet Molly. Coming up for second, that was Magical Mistress. And then for third, it was JM Sportsman. So 2, 6, 7, and 3, the unofficial combination for race number 14. And we'll see the winners next in the Crown Rust Roofing Winner Circle.
Sweet Molly arriving at the 14th race winner's circle. Bay pacing mare 4 by Sweet Lou, out of the Some Beach Somewhere Dam, Cheyenne Molly. Owned by Claire Murphy, Darrell Murphy, Cindy McLean, and David Dowling. Bred by Springhaven Farm and Doug Millard Holdings. David Dowling training and driving the mile 1:55.4. Sweet Molly in the Super High Five. Now, the official results in the 14th, I'll Bet You, I'll Beat You 6, Sweet Molly the winner. Redland Peaches 4th, Having Fun in the Sun was 5th. Tell's Bells finished 8th. Magical Mistress was 2nd. JM Sports Fan finished 3rd. Ms. Megan Sparkle was 9th. Salzburg Pika finished 7th. They went 27-3, 56-2, 126-1, and the mile 155-4. In review, 614 582 397. Sweet Molly paid $340. The exactor $15.60. The triactor $152.60. The late daily double paid $390. There will be a super high five carryover to tomorrow. And that will complete our live presentation today here at the driving park. The Par Mutual handle, $120,298. Ladies and gentlemen, from up top of the Charlottetown Driving Park, thanking you for joining us. This is Vance Cameron, bidding you a safe journey home.